Omafo Braneche, Omanu Sebeyeyo, Omanu Seriyeyo, Eyesena Ose, Omafo Braneche.
Tuesday, the 27th of April 2021, and approximately 21 minutes gone past 1500 hours. We're here once again on this very beautiful and exciting platform where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we come around just to figure out what we can do to have that very beautiful Ghana that we want. And we have come to the understanding that if we want that very beautiful Ghana, it is coming from nowhere but from within us. So from this very moment until whenever we will draw the curtain, it becomes imperative to see ourselves as solution bearers. And then we move from there. And for you to be able to come fully armed, and you being able to open up to be a vessel through whom solutions flow through, you would have to come seeing yourself as a Ghanaian. Put away with all secondary identities for now, and then you put on that very beautiful design left for us by Madam Theodosia Oko, the red, the gold, and the green with the black star in the middle. That will certainly help you to become a huge vessel through whom great and wonderful ideas run through. We restrict the way, or we restrict the ideas that run through us because we limit our point of reference. Obviously, to the very ones who have been with us for all this while, this statement or this philosophy is been explained several times over here. We limit or we restrict the degree of ideas, the degree of solutions that run through us, or that we are able to express, because we limit our reference point. And that is why around here we demand that when you come here, it is imperative that you use the whole of Ghana as your reference point in your decision making. When you do that, you realize huge and wonderful ideas run through you. That hopefully, right, when the ideas run through us, we hope people with the power, it's not everything that runs through us that we have the power to be able to effect the changes. The things that run through us, some of them must be carried on by the very ones in places of power that we have entrusted them. So the things that run through us, hopefully those people will be able to get it, whatever means possible, so that we will be able to enjoy of the ideas that run through us. So if you are joining us, whatever the reason may be, I humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And just from Kokasiana de Mudon Koma, baby, I will be out of a video ato a 24 radio Sampen Pensway, and there a Benada April that was a toss where you know, and so no me and Sabapa who at you know 9 a British summertime. Ghana now what the Anata say, no me and Sabapa who no me know about who Sima at you know and 9. You may be a Chagua 24 radio, a 24 radio GH, and a Brapopa radio. So YouTube, a honor data then when you did in Kita was what let us say a 24 TV, Facebook a 24 radio UK, Twitch a 24 radio, and a Twitter a friend Periscope at a 24 radio. Yaba Bamaso Yabetwaso na Yabaha. Yenim si ene Ghana no enti de bema Ghana akọ na nim no ne yeba hwe kira kwan ne ye in fact Eden ye na se de meka no potoka semu no se ye bomode ama eye Ghana eye pomasi bra ma ye a huge vessel adwen kese efa ye mu epie na debe ekɔ nanim sɛ na America no ɛyɛ adwene e be free emu ni nyina aba no nse na no fire no wɔka either a shuttle or a means bia sɛ nka nuanom a yetu kwan ɛkɔ my Ghana mu no sɛ yekuduru kutuka international airport there should be a means ya usi ya na nka wakɔfo sa shuttle no ana bibia a wopɛ whatever means available na ofo ya na sɛ ne Kumasi na wokɔ right from the airport na straight away na waduru Kumasi sɛ voter ana wokɔ ɛhɔ na oyɛ debe wokɔ ana sɛ there should be a means bia nyade a we free airport honom na wako to say circle ansa na wakofo VIP to Kumasi sa idea bi say no enye fire na also woko ekoye debe ekokoye afani mu apie enti se wo na wadamfo ne mpanyimfo na ofrɛ wo mu a no chale eti se abrantie bi adwenkesie bi afani mu apie sa pepepe de ebefa ye mu nso a efa ye ho no eno de ne yahwe ne aye debe na yedi hu dwuma kama enti aha no ensem bebre na ye debe na efa ye mu ba na emom so opese adwenkesie fa o mu pie pa dia ene emesro hu so ye Ghana ni na emom no so ko hu se wo ye ekuokuma bi a ya na sabi restrict adwen free wo mu eye debe eba no restrict adwene free wo mu eba no na dwumadie yi so ye bomodin ase dade de nyina said ye tie bia no let me tell you bia no ewo some kind of box bia owo mu a oye de be or reason now within that box owo mu a or reason no the content of the box no influences the way you reason. If within your box you have religion in there, it will influence your reasoning. If within your box the level of education is in there, which also influences your decision making. Within that box, you see the kind of family or tribe that you come from, also influences your decision making. Within that box, the political party that you hold affiliation to, it also influences your decision making. Within that box, the kind of friends that you've had, or your friends, the kind of friends that you have, they also influence your decision making. In fact, your social life within that box, influences your decision making. Now, one of the reasons why done and it said we want to expand that box. I will say expanded that box. You can call it a circle within which we reason. Sometimes yes, won't be a fool with that audience say sometimes you have to allow yourself say ubetimi akonkrofo bi efuomu na why the bay who say nkrofo we call mafuomu no say ni say and wo moye niema say ni say and wo moye niema enti no say me de kasa de misi ye me de ne ho a maybe I'll be able to increase or improve my harvest sa pepe enti ye ba ha our circle of reasoning, our box of reasoning, and no ye ba ye bomodin see it me expanding no whatever the case may be. You can call it your political circle of reasoning, you can call it your social circle of reasoning, whatever you want to call it. Ye ba ye pesi ye bemu ye pesi ye bemu na enema bia ye nya nhunu ye no next will be boss we give it some level of consideration. It is out here said the doctors as identity all the way in Roehampton and Atena. Etienne dia nature say Papa Smiley me gina kwantu for dia name etonchi akese e de maw som said ye nananketia aso ne die mu no som said ye Dr. Ebenezer Mufabuatin aso ne die mu no som te sɛ de na nasara bedi akon aso ne die mu no enye ne kakra yɛnto akwantuo no so yɛnhwɛ sɛ de ebetumi ayɛ ɔma Ghana afa ne ntoma pa efra yɛnkɔ ahoma no so fire aba adwuma aba adwuma na yɛma arantepa fire akwaba and the fire
and the papa
and the fire
and the papa
and the fire chief
and the baba's money
Obana Vigate
good
unia yaba na eneda me too good to pa eneda
okay
enkomo bi course between many abranti right na on say sometimes no yensem a yeka no ebi wo honom a wa ye be wie dwumadi na wo bekọ akotie na bia wo behunu se wo kan asem bi sei right ebi wo honom a ti se de ye ora Kennedy Japan no adwene ne timi ye fast esen ano no right etimi ba na okura wonya wo enti wo kotie dwumadi na wa ye de be na wo hu de wo kan ye na emra ye pon dwumadi no onia ne say o kan say ye no do ye ho right so obeka ya wo say ye no do ye ho na o wie no say abranche wo say bibia ne ho aye friend no do na afi wo say ye no do ye ho no person o kire say why confuse ana na
Eda me na ni ba kola nyam kasa
awu eda bi onya wo busa question
okay
eti wo say wo kan say ye no do ye ho na o kan ye no do ye ho no nsusu wade bia ne ho aye frɛ no odo etine na asembe pa na wo pese o ye de be o kire efiada no na boninchire mu kakra na wi a mesro meet be say do until some prompt no chietiefo kakra mai why
yo baba san answer mbako yenwa na accept no o wa dia ya dia yi and I open the cosmo. Praise the Lord. No, other pray the Lord. I'm a society. Hallelujah. It's the body about the American. Pray. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. There may be sense of God. My no my say good. Dina emugu ndi baba smile yedi ano say ndi na yo say fire ya tobu na mafuti na baba hey Mr. Smiley baba Mr. Smiley, what you have to do, man? Okay. Anyway, I'm in Kasanku, maybe I know.
Well, him say fire oh. Say bibi esi fire homa no akasim yɛrɛ to aso na wɔba him say be man free for kakra but bibi esi enti na homa no atiko kakra yɛrɛ to aso until say fire ebeba ono nso atwa ne nkomodie so kama ene eye ebnada said they were nutriano ebnada yeba we begin the week on Bamaso na enkomo bi e hyase no and say onua bi a otie dwumadie no awie if you ade twa mu no na asem bi afa ya kan ya no no wo busa say oh and you want chechire mu kakra man because onim fire box of reasoning onim fire box of reasoning no one thing I fire box of reasoning when it comes to love and they say bibia no ho no a your friend love will be any ho na ewie no fire say ye no do ye ho opeso hu adepotia fire no opeso wo kire ana na why confused ana sese no or the love no abehye ne box of reasoning no mu ana eno ye asembisa eye de be edikan na onia no wie ye no say na otwetwa mu no so no you can being sick in the mind and so ho asem kakra na or say although you can say you will see the things that causes and I say enema etimi ema obi enya sa yare wa adwene mu no being sick in the mind no ya nhyeda amonkyeremu yie na ono de ye wa kwantu mi no ordinary ato fam kakra onim se ewo yenuanom other African countries ewo yenuanom African countries no ebi eswa na de wo pese wo hu ene se ya no watatete se yenuanom bi wo honom a wonu obi ewa akwantuo mu enya asem a obehu a wo se metwa efikesie mfo ama na metwa immigration mfo ayede be ede amaw ebi wo honom a obetie na ampampa na ebi ayede be watwa immigration amaw we dey story ba ku bia metiye wo se wo mo ewa adwumam ana eja wo bo modia chese wono no wakɔhye adwuma ni mu a aye adwuma na che kakra enti wono na ye pani ewo ho enti yenuanom Ghana fo ni bi ba otimi ye de be ehwe ama ye fa ewo adwuma ni mu na ye fa wo adwuma ni mu a se yenuanom so ya na ye dodo ye ho akakra fine enti yenkomodidie mu no bi wo honom a obehu ana o situation or circumstance why there be wakoboso with someone you know obi wo honom a no abehu ntwom kakra na abrantie ya yenu aga na ni baako abomodia me yafa na adwuma mu ho no abrantie yi won hyeda anya adwuma ni yi onye adwuma ni yi ana be mai manager na ka kire ne say he ono ya na ni manager ha say oh bidia adwuma no ye ni yi o na dia o ye die ne say wo ka as per the story o kire ne say onye adwuma ni yi say de be ya dachi bi no anuanom foforo ba yebetimi agina ono no performance so ni aye de be na yetimi ede afa obi foforo oh onuana and taking it lightly cry and taking it lightly was say hey oh me na me kika sakasa no yeti ye na akobo mpanyufo amane say abrantie na wo bo ama ne fa adwuma no woni de be woni komini ana say krata yibi in fact obroni nso de onfa ho say woni ne ye adwuma na o de awutimi ekowiem ekochi anoma akura ye de be eba wo mo no se de abi besie no emra no ba bi emra no da no wo ye de ho anu mo de beto nti wo mo ye ya na chese abranche ne hwe ani susu ana wo ye de be manager na ofa abranche no opa ba bi ye de be efa ye wo je adwuma no because se to de din ahwe a efikasie beba ni case nim na minim se bia ba bia wo no ya wo tete sansem ni bi one way or the other or say hey oh me na me twa kutia ma pa me twa na chese wo pese ye do ye de be ekofie onya na se busa no so wo se nya bia eno so e ka signs of mental illness ni bi ho ana e ka ho ana say is it the result of this being sick in the mind and once more ye can ana enti nsembusa mienu ana onua no de baaye na minim de enti abrante pa fire na homa no aka simu saa no yɛbɛkɔ akotie enwum baako hopefully no enwum ni nsi ne yɛmra no na fire ahoma no etimi ate asiani kama baabi a wɔde duru ye bia no na ayɛ de bɛ watoa so afiri hɔ ɛnɛ sɛ nwum ni si na sɛ fire nyɛ ready dia mahunu sɛ owura Samjona on time kasa
unity am ready
unity am ready oh okay all right
what the person bonjum no ba my ready ba the bonjum no
yenti nwum ba akomra na ye ba fire kasa wi a de tie bia no owura Samjona sɛ waka asɛm bi aka nsɛm kakra abɛyɛ topical ɛwɔ wɔ my Ghana mu sɛ fire kasa wi a tietiefo nyina wi a na yakotie opening enwum a okaye no ensem na okaye no right after that no ye bobo hu kakra ya bobo hu so okan sem bebre pa ye bobo hu fine. Remember, we want to expand our box of reasoning, right? The box that determines the way we reason. Yeah, per se expanding, we want to put new items in there so that we'll be able to have a wider reference point when it comes to we reasoning. Yengo tie ja utafi ato de be ato plans. Baby a edru no plans are na ide be ana ato ye ba ye beto ankomodie no so.
kokoai, ujade dombre, anomentua, osensenwai. Today we're dancing rough, Mr. Farmer, go to farm. Hey, sun they shine, oh, government officials start to walk. Right now, passenger no day, Mr. Driver got to move up, cause I'll get 20 sicker. Hey, no matter condition, rely. I'll get 20 sicker. Wait, whether good or bad. Right now, rain they fall well. Still hungry, they climb hardy. Well, rain they fall well. Still underground they become old. No matter condition, rely. Pain stay, we got to move out. Yeah, sloop here, we got to eat. Way not to plans, Ujade don't break. Way not to plans, love money no day. Way not to plans, Utae me bini a me di alright. Way not to plans, I told me ni a di dio. Di a mi o, be di a ma. Way not to plans, Ujade don't break. Way not to plans, love money no day. Way not to plans.
We are radio, and this is Aguento 4 Radio.
Omano eveyi omanfo bra enso ena ebekire yaba ye behe ekwan a wo se yefa so na omano eyeye tenten ni tietia mu nyina eno no nti said ye jawu tafi ekan no o se ato plans plans be na ato I have been monitoring enuanom bebre ewo Facebook, social media, and I've had some personal encounters with them. They had so much expectations in our current president, especially when it comes to Galamsey, and someone. And I know be utie woman some can. In fact, they feel very disappointed. Na woman baby a woman ko sisia enye galam say nko a ene ma bebre ho no mo a enuane mo a minim wo mu yi ne wo kenkan Facebook wa obi wo ho no mo a in fact no with or high hopes or high hopes, yes, or very high hopes, but said ye esiaku wie no ohuni se inside ye be esi form nanso yes 20 ya yenyai de be yenyai echeswa. There are so many people if said ye Bob Marley ekan if you are not a stiff naked fool yeah Bob Marley nyom no ho me wa ye babo stiff naked fool say if you are not a naked fool yeah nature say expectations be na awo no say won san kan obi an expectation obi wo ho no na expectation is very low enti no the ekwe no okay, but obi wo ho no looking at how things have been and what they heard, you know, the expectations were very high, and that person wouldn't be a stiff-necked fool and continue to support blindly. And, you know, some people express their views as to how things are going. Now, said I can it until ya yenya HSwa. When one plan failure, and you can say I also call here another plan. Say plan be ni more. You have to create that plan. Now what many people decided they were going to use option Nana Akufo-Addo and the NPP so that they will be able to get the change that they want for Ghana. To them, that option has not worked out. In that case, it's into HSW. What other options are available? To some people, they wanted to go for the third force, independent candidates. To them as well, who say that option, and they answer that plan, fat. And he said that I would have kind of plans. They say we have plan for now, so that we'll be able to get the change that we want. Now, what you young comedian, a ho and a befa. What other options are available? But before that, there is a to Honoma. I also fire idea a boy a home como kakra and sana yakoinim. And fire, what you can you to when? Na yanko, you to whom yanko. You to fire chief. Yeah. You say fire what thing? Mute. Okay. And yeah, go. What? Yeah, go. Yeah, I catch you. Okay. And yeah, two free why? Two free me uncle.
You're very fast.
Yeah, go. Why?
You know, I plans. I plans and Van Goma, I was a penny or wagon. Thousand and bitch, you're a jingle. Professor Bombardier. I mean, Jamie, I just go see watch it. On America, and all. Papa, na Mincha at the body. In Jenny Bincoma, Quabna. Mincha Ras, Bajoma. Papa, Mincha Manach Bobu. Doctor, the didn't maintain in catch it and say, why the Adama, no way, papa. About Zanson and Betcha, no for Kimberima, wouldn't say, I did the another answer. Zanson and Betcha, no for Manza. Na a chair in Yanuma, Omutia, Papa, I'm saying now what you are a chair. Man shed anti obosumfo ninka na minim se no ho ye papa na papa ye chia kakra no yemva nchia ni sia na yentumi nyai kra nchia no emu na ede no o se ade bia na ede ho yemva nkoma the papa Patricia the one and only papa Incha Patricia so come. Baba who can say be say obi abisa we tell some man put here and I'm very happy. I say that fire why you confused now? Baba there be. Sir where them you see it was in his simplest term. It doesn't contradict my stand on Odo as we know in that comments as a unit of purpose. I say haggle will go for the common good of our nation. That was in that use. But for anyone forcing for me to believe, say, Odo and a man and a woman to live together, that is why I have a problem. That is how or why I have a problem. And unless somebody can properly explain to me what that love can steam a man and a woman together. Oh, and I haven't since then. Me to challenge everywhere I go. Me call I say you be asking, and I'm not done it yet. I'm saying not done saying, but having even said a little bit of this. My link to abodamo a impending for this year or my small boy say a yen nanny abodam no yempo a humabru nti ajatum a can be so. Example we see say manager obi ema opese twa to ma oja na adwuma. I have said this here before. Obi a akofa oba afiga na aba. Oya na yere. Na obu oba na kwafia. Wono ko school oba na e bibia ya adwuma. Wa wi school oba nso o me nso the girl oba na ye ade na fa na care so you dem care. Oh hospital. And this girl too is a graduate from Ghana. I said, I'm going nursing training. I must me elevate him when your masters, when your MBA. Must me elevate him by myself, Kori. Baby, my father must say the court school, but they will pass about Boami. I've said this here before. And Obano, okay, says, I was in this area, Ubako Ghana. Obano was switched and our phobia. I'm saying, Yamango Ghana. Suddenly, wait, sorry, Nipewi. I am you. When I'm so masters, near MBA. With my dear pa, because students don't buy into one, acquire the masters in the a broad train of clown. So the bomb, I professor. 3 masters is equal to professorship. So,
hey, I brew PhD, I do professor. Okay, yo,
I say, I am answer. No, I am answer. Now, first say, oh, we are young man, you can't say one who did the agro. 3 corners one go. What is that in that? 3 corners one go.
That's fair.
What is that? 3 corners one go. Yes, you could go on your corner and do your 3 corners, one go. Into 3 masters. Well, plus 1 MBA. And your professor. This young girl received a letter from the Home Office, and the Home Office for extra hospital say, Nekratano, Asamabound. Kofa lawyer or Reading. And Abaya this year. I'm said this year, we be the next so we employ there, whatever they call it. Oh yeah. Oh no! What are the done upon here? We are yet the animal, or this channel. Now, wait, okay, manager Ghana. You are going to blame me, I'm here with you. It's not Yaria womb. Yaria, I will train him. Oh, indeed, sometimes, on them back or her. Now, on me can't dinner a talk, Gophobia, normal firm one, as my job is accomplished. Once I be the cat cow, me bahana and me catcher say, yeah, main problem is Christianity. I don't see Islam as a problem. No, not at all. It conforms to our tradition. Your main problem is Christianity because Islam, who could be out of Saudi Arabia, you be chance. I hope you know that.
Yeah. I heard the woman from Niagara.
China is officials on Machi Woman. Into my home, Sam Jonas, Rebecca, my home Sam Jonas blaming Chinese. Don't stop doing it. The Chinese are like the Bible or knife. Who is one we are? Wow, they don't interrupt. Now, so what you know you're corrupt, so they help you to be corrupt more. That's why our leaders like them. I said, out here.
Mr.
Chinese, or might say knife, or gun, or Bible. Also, the Bible is a good book for a good mind. It's a bad book for a bad mind. And to be to use Bible. No, take you be young. Or be soon Bible, no, put in your uncle. Say, not Bible, not a bad, my boy. Now, Ukofa asem, be our proverb say, iron sharpen iron. I had a papa.
Correct move, pa.
Iron sharpen iron. Into the knock for them boy a man, Penino, or young grow for, and your Sakuma for. On bet me, I cannot crack and say, Nana, where the there be M1. That is a foot to papa or Bible. Where a Chinese proverb. Iron sharpen iron. What is the meaning of that? Because as a human, you have your limitations, and people need to help you. Where are the papa? Or Bible Munsu? Yes, put me there, Eduma. Oh, in the such people, no, Omo Yare. Now, Okoka, you know, you know, say attack and attack. How can Paul tells you that Papa Paso Yeno? On to me yet. Now, Bonena no ye. No, catch you say. Mranimpo and a man yes, and I'm running a spiritual, non way a canal. Once or should blame into Edru Africano, and you go for fire. Obi Uncle Yakuba, a body diokuno. No. After the Edru Hono, or Yakubene Bachinipe, Mimpo dear me, a yabonsam. Galanibia, a bonsam, and then penny for no swafa. Omuye idea and Yanaka to Mamufona to Abamami. Oh, this kind of knowledge. That's why you see the Arabians and Asians going on because they don't tolerate this concept. So why are they don't want to take responsibility? Mr. When you were going to negotiate for our oil for 12%, who bought Mamufona Maniana? And I was you happening. Did they do that? When you went to go and buy chairs from China, do the parliamentarians went to the Timemufo and asked Timemufo, is it okay? We have timber. We are so stupid. We want to go and buy it from China. Did they do that? Why now you want to blame everybody? They are running from their responsibility and we shouldn't allow them to do that. Me fire. So me call Ghana. Na Patricia. At the hot name fire backless. Man ko go home. I'm a boy away. And yes, I'm going to say, no. And so me a chimitum. We take me responsibility. I can't say be on the show today. Well, I say be cause for Ghana. And that need to cease. Even though I have problem with the court. And so be young question to say gay, you see a friend one polo. Look at the public relations stand the lawyers are doing. Well, and it's a favor. Obi and answer more court or call court in rule yet. Now we have public relations games to influence the court or what? To beg for the president to go and interfere with judicial proceedings. Where young question someone, a big person in our country have set a precedent will be a follow. Japan and what did go accept actual court to punish him as it is. No, I'm it was a hot of the moment. It was a temper of Brofun Kwasasem. Now I say, why influence the court no? I even a way be see the court itself no Makasa and Papa. This answer, Yabatono, we didn't question someone. Then they gather the media, and this media data should know better to influence the court and the executive. The executive, I'm fair, a court judge. Oh, Wabomi Diakasase, and Akufado, can I am Frenchemi. Now I'm judge, Mr. So why you be found yet Nicotuma, and Macasem, you're useless. Papa, I deal with you. As much as I against, say, court, I answer the girl in they have no right to do what they are doing in our country. I had a time. Obi also a table tree. So to put some from say, I very slight contempt. Okay, I said Supreme Court, I say, see, you know, your man put in my hand, Echo said, be your baby. Echo Castle, I say, when Uncle Baby, I'm going to say contempt. Okay.
I'm a kaipa.
Now, I took a bank, I said, my friend, because I said, court, what's your Uncle Baby? It means you know the outcome. Now I'm going to check Donald John Mabomopo because of your presidency. This is injustice. I don't care who. Well, in the Assembly, men's work, yes, a social way, SSC. Umpona, who was some Cotuniano, talk about the case. It's after the case at night, so who was some Abeka. Now look, everybody, as if there's no bar association, as if there's no lawyers, as if there's no thinkers in that country. Some Jonah, over 10 something here. It was smelly, sir, or do you know? Maybe I saw a can, it was on a very loose term.
Okay. Bringing
a unit of purpose that we here on the platform should not fight ourselves for these people to go through.
Okay. All right.
All
right.
No. And a second one, also say.
Mr. Wu, it's our donor. Now we can say way and tem our platform no so no any idea.
Oh, I make say unity of purpose.
Unity of purpose.
And a donor yede oba etra say I love you, so come, let's go and be together. No.
Okay, all right.
When you back here, my catcher say management.
Okay.
The bomber try a management, and you saw some qualities. Say you can manage it. Oh, coach, you manage more. Talk about so my case, not so my. Well, we say no. Talk boss will be doing that dream. Into a so even though the was want to be managed and your love. Oh, me share Patricia and come a minute dinner. We say meet me manage. On the mention to pick somebody Adama Kumahua between Antino and yeah his personality or two things as some of the kama atomasum. Me senses no me the mason and a juma more mason. What I say? Obu ordinary into who obano nanufo nena iya na bibia no. Uya ne onte. Me de ne aso. Inti Patricia oba mbo no kasa baba eya na me nsa wo so. What I say? Me de maso.
Waso. Say ase me aka ho asema.
Eya na me ne chat ya. Me share the push no. Person me hu ne intellectual say or conform to something that me no bet me deal with. Oh, it do bizarre I say I have chatted with a lot of people, my school, but you are the person that pushed me into thinking. Because I can't say I'm there as one can hear wrong. No one website didn't hear wrong. Because way this is wrong. It's all my man assignment. What can I say no? Minister smart can yes. Remember one example back. Nana Kufado, what say? Yet is castle. And so comedy. This is a fact. I'm paying this castle. There's no problem. But by you have not invigorate that money to the benefit of people. That is why it's a problem. But so can say it is castle. There's nothing wrong with it. And Obi, I didn't have there. We have bano. What is that? Even more for men, I see there be a me attack. Baumia. Let me get an Ekufado. There be a podcast statement. I'm paying this castle. And okay. But Ankawabano is Kano. We should see it other shining in some sectors, health sector, education sector, ampa yehu is Kano. Since at the Zania, Mahama owner, and two guys at this castle, this Kano, no, that is the problem. Indeed, there are some facts in error. As some no Kano, a fact, but error, no, this year, you will pray to on it. But continue. I look at Bank of Ghana. We don't need to borrow. A fact. But are we borrowing? The moment you make us borrow, that's a problem. And then for the media channel, say a podcast statement. But after you have come to power, then you tell me that you have stabilized the currency. Now, minimum economics. Minimum say 2015, 2016, £1, I have 4 cities. Now they say £1, I have 7 echo 8 cities. Now catch me to my money say one local city no. Now what now got 2 cells at the key now my IGP. Now Musa Adiano will appear here I can't spare you. It means you are pathological and intoxicated liar. I'm kind of you. All the first one on my Nanaku for them their channel because I have podcast statement. Majatu. Now you come and look into the face of the people. Now actually I say within 3 months of the MPP regime under Nanaku Fado, you have achieved more than 120 projects. Now me rena me humba akwa. And your podcast statement anymore. You are pathological, intoxicated liar. Inti one osuya Paul. Osuya Paul. On say king. Oko for ba for no. Paul say omo ko fa book ba omo so mo man. Ana British for ko him say, "Yenti, omo so Bible, omo say, why na kan omo so Paul, omo so do that guy is a pathological liar. Cocaine. There's nothing like that. Hey, princess, also say your wife will be on paper beyond. The media promoted the woman for him known to me and there be a trouble. Obo Peno on one says you have almost in the whole year faces what you know them. They are just calm and quiet and the nation is cool. So the Paul actually I'm going to me because almost say Wawari Ejano, he have no right according to Paul. British was who is Paul? This guy, what for Nasamoa? Of course, are you confused? in psychology, you find disassociate identity disorder. Men kind of fraud. Ujo. Me say, your leaders now we are there. Don't say to me for no. Omo yare omo trim na sa yare no police am tie no bropo. You find disassociate of actual disassociate. Identity. Disorder. Google it.
You, that's it.
Nothing. Oh, in fact, number for the multiple identity disorder. No, no. Hey, are you? And no, can say, I cannot say, Mama, Ghana better, I cannot, hey, are you? Omunim near home to support Pono Yari. Into one can say, no say, how do you treat people? How do you treat people? Such an important thing. Jesus Christ, Paul say, yeah, we're born sinners. There's no kind. Romans chapter, there's nothing good in you. Papa Smile, look at human being creating a phone to connect you from London. Is that not something good in you? Human being. And creating phone me a good snap on a yamaing. Maybe so. For a snap on a yamaing. I cannot speak to my old mom. Or whom oh mama, why I come out? No, say. Is that not something good in us? Paul said there's nothing good in us. And he wants us to follow him. The man is telling you the same thing our leaders have had. That's why you concept. So they are telling you, literally or technically, that because you are black, there's nothing good in you. Follow the Pauline theory. That is something good. That is the problem. But they have told you into so Ghana nimpo onuma ama wotadium and one to me. But that is what the person can do. Allow him to do a master in it. They have the competitive advantage or comparative. No advantage over those who are doing the planes. Oh, Papa Smart, Indy. How can you say, look at a special? Me advert, no program, no advert, none everything. But mamma, I'm the man
who more special advert, you know, special jingle, oh. You, and
This is special. You're listening to Bameso at Jinkesia.
That's all. Yo, fire say what nanwesi. Na openi sami ada Roma was sending me some audio bi. A video, but they be fan audio. Abranti bia also he's been an advocate of change. My Ghana mu. And someone down there, yeah, cano. Say Abranti and also a fan from a different angle, which is very, very beautiful. Nah, you see, said the TBiano, me can say, whatever is built up within us, and that is what we give a residue of to other people. Intia Branty and Asam, Rebecca Crable home, and then ya call Orasam Jonah Kiss, and so as soon tea, what is here, right, tea.
Identified as the major problem. Why do we have a mindset that it seems opposed to progress?
Father, if you remember, the last time I came here, I told you that there is a remnant of colonialism that as a people we've not been able to do away with. Why do I say this? When the white man was the governor, the white man was the governor general, every opportunity the black man gets to serve him, he wanted to steal. Because in his mind, the gold, the diamond, the bauxite, the cocoa will be going to UK. So every opportunity he gets to serve with a white man, he steals home. It is over here. This if one another time white man for 1 year, now family can move here near. If someone will good is no. Oh, Pemilu, move here near. If someone will good is no. Now the white man has left our land 64 years. And still our mindset is tuned in such a way that we still believe that governance Ghana dia nyoma dia Ghana nyo papa dia. So every opportunity everybody gets in this country, it is to enrich themselves at the peril of the poor masses. That is the problem.
The colonial mindset is that but what we refuse to know and refuse to see is that continuously we steal from our own self thinking we are smart. Time when broni wo hono ewia ho. Ye wia broni gold de ba. Ye wia me wana gold ko ye de na omu be wia ko so any opportunity a ye wia de ba. Now broni ni ko 64 years down. Ye gusu wia ho. Obia ni munyansa kromu a and I know many madam for be do come make and say your problem we are seeing as a people Ghana obia ni munyansa dodo. Everybody is wise from the president to ministers to everybody including even the shoe shine boy wise obia ni munyansa dodo.
Now, okay, what is wrong with that? Obia ni munyansa there's a chronocoso cause nyansa for doors.
Nyansa for the doors until bakaya efrema mutu ya fo ho o say yanara ya sasini eya bodenden de mayen emoja ye nananu mu hwie ye de geto ho ma ye adrume ene wo enso so se be bia to so o we no ka kire ye no se nim de antra so ti nyansa dodo na ye nim no pesame nkuminya eno ne problem. President nya swear in eteki afana ni say kim wokoduru ho a the first thing that comes to his mind is how he can enrich himself not to serve the people. Minister no ayama no opportunity to serve no kokotena say na so wotena konya ni mu a the first thing he thinks of is how to cut deals and make money. First way to make money. Obia ni nyansa, everybody is making money and thinking about money and not the next generation, and that is the problem of this country, father.
So how do we blame that on colonialism? I prefer there's some colonizing. And omujaya some warped educational system and all these other things. But our behavior as people, how do we attribute that to colonialism? What I mean to ask you.
Also, the last time we had the conversation that whoever gave us independence only gave us physical independence and not emancipation of the minds. So we are looking too fresh like the new model of computer. But the software, which is the mindset, is still Stone Age mindset. We still believe that Ghana knew Obia Papadia. So we don't care about the next generation. Or Dr. Ninu awate wonu awonim se Ghana mraka ni pefe se si ye repeat akola. Under no circumstance should you charge the child and son at wahwe no. Dr. Ninu to work kakra wo pa share butumtum for 400 Ghana 500 Ghana nko ya. On sign. Wonim nyansa bro so dodo. Ohine no ane nananom de nsase agya no ene ohine ne nim nyansa bro so dodo. Enti ono ankasa hye la course atie simu tu galam se wone China fo etu galam se. E say ye koko nsase. Ewa abre na me no ka say China for the first time omo export cocoa to Belgium.
Yeah.
So omo say ye nsase no aye de ye cocoa no and omo ahunu the importance of cocoa. So onim nyansa dodo na asini anko bi yare asebu aba hospital be kono ne boyfriend ete so ye WhatsApp. What for akola se onhwe wo shop. Chese wo bia nim nyansa kroma wo bia adwene ne se wo kwa customs ni nu a wo port ho no wo ko no se bio ne hyebreshe nkrofo bag mo ho no okopeni sika. Immigration ni nu a yede na kogina wo se wo make sure se enipa bonefo mfa ye yapunu mu nwura mu no. The first thing that comes to his mind is how to go there and make sure say good is be ho. And I know many madam fu bia wo no ko suku.
Yo okatache afrifa ana mote se wo bonchiremu sana wo bonchiremu pa wo bonchiremu no kre abi besie obia de be ewo ne haw obia ewo ne haw obia ewo se de fire so be kana adwemu yare no kakra ewo obia de be eso enti abani say no nanka ye expect it enuanom a if they have decided to lead us there and kwomo adwene mu yare no enwo form so that they will be able to lead the masses out of omonso adwene mu yare na ekoba say the leaders themselves no omadwene mu yare no edoso sen timamufo no na chese aye de ben aye pinsu aye basa. There is no clear leadership in getting us out of the problems that we find ourselves in. And until Abranti and say, what other options are available to us going forward? Fire! You to where? Kakakra Abranti asem you and then you could see some Juna. What's it?
Yo, my taste has some way over the years. Say in Nyansan. That be Unamyansa, or the other papa. Inti sa we nurse na se patient ba. Ana wone o boyfriend e chat o WhatsApp a ejimie anya nyansa. O ye minister, onya opportunity no. Ngrofo say ko na ko hwe man. Na the first thing you think about is how to loot with foreigners. Ejimie hey. Okay, I say President Kufuor time. Meka o ha. And I'm happy everything is being recorded. Me say anka President Kufuor mpo say na court. Di entia. No be si di entia. It was a debate among MPP guys. I'm saying, I said no court, willfully causing financial loss to the state. 3 counts. Say, what prosecute to be chikata. So I bought a minor chrono, and why I did be a connoisseur. And a kumbu according and a kufado court. Emma government do for President Fuako was judges, you're paneling of the bench. We are some now. What an akotum. End of case. Oko we are. What you are doing? So while in the park, what you two? That's my pardon. And this seed will be asked that. As I said, I don't know what to do two mono. A witch hunting. And that's exactly what Chikata told Mills. So what ye the interview, the article now, or so catch a Mills say, never do what they did to me because it was not right. And that was the conflict between Mills and Rollins because Nachikata Fiasa between said, a comedy between no, and you're lawful. The end now Chobi, not why no pardon. What is it? You have caused the nation for nothing. Inti judge no. Ebi na media get small girl ruling no. Judge no first thing I saw here, any I say or revoke Chikata licenses as a lawyer. Once people are prisoner about Obedience Supreme Court, can law. No, it shouldn't happen. That's it, rather be last week, Okumha, Obisto Pono, agreed to take the person. Also on far Kamano, and then Pacono court report. I'm not call court. I'm saying, no, fan, or some allergic. Go and test him. I'm not testing on your allergic. I'm also discrimination against dog. Until they have revoked his licenses. Hey, Chikata, at the end of the year, on one certificate president. Food and Drugs Board, Mameno, American for Matthew Yansan. Kobiki is come when ya. Those traditional people that can help us with medicine and other things to fight this COVID, no, because they won't pay them dollars, no. Into the same big farmer for no more Ghana now. They are in it, even though who need be about sanitizer and almost what the big counts are now such a show a big amount for raw because they were able to pay the dollars to Food and Drugs Board on executive. Return of bribe, no case in the buy. No. This woman have applied TNEO to an American university, acquiring a master's, 3 masters, 1 professor. And I invested and said, we are sorry, you couldn't afford admission. I said, me a lawyer, me a master's. I'm so qualification there, a bro, busy at the end so. But university, we don't associate ourselves with people who take bribe. You see? This is how things should be done. In his lifetime, no. So be 8 years now. Also, quite sad year way. Running to but bigger punishment. Into the same thing. A crapin polo. Oh, stop putting someone on Facebook, any social media for 2 years. Well, no. Common sense, no. These people are always using common sense. Well, into say, who ya MP. Now, unim say, nipa way on confide to lead this sector. Now, the mamo, tubom, ana katasishe, no one can prove no. You say you are wise, you are a fool. You should tell them. That's why I disagree with the statement. Matisse argument is and I always no be outside there. How can you be wise? And I can interpret every man among you, no, Papa, actually, if you allow me. But let me just leave the song and go into. Nobody should argue. I say, you say, yeah, no, yeah, you can't pass yourself. So say, oh, beer. You for a dream doctor. Now we are hospital. I call private hospital. No, oh, you are wise. You are not. You are sick. So if we agree that they are sick, then we can give them a cure. How do you go and advise a wise man
Nyankopon so wise, so it doesn't need an advisor. And indeed, I agree. These people are destroying our nation, and what we can say is that they are wise. They are not. You are sick. So we are wiser. You have to do things that will benefit society. I say someone, Bibica said, people make all this argument because they don't want to serve God. We need to serve ourselves. So if there are people who are not willing to serve, we have to put them to do what is right. Oh, once again, management will say, normal human being will not behave unless you force him. Normal human being will not do unless you force him. And that is principle. So we just say, oh, and that, or you say, Daddy, into Chrome High one. Or when him say, oh, we nipa, into Ukwaduma, Yadi Marato. So I'm meow sa. Now, on sa and kacha. Why late? In some company, they will take you 3 hours. In some company, the whole day you will not be paid, but we are free. So you will go and you comply by going to thumbprint or head cut, whatever it is, the technology. Omonga so abrofo there, they are honest. No, nobody. Inti ena me fire, me catch us a cacao. I'm trying to be a good person, but still, Papa, Patricia, by any man can be a sha. Maffei. I was not fair. It means that I'm a human being. What you say? Well, go for me and I'm saying, hey, can be man, they say, lobby, this year, men assist your daughter. What I say? Any human being, one fat, Marana and Yajuma, one for sooner, he will not comply. A management principle. And we need to do it. Look at Nana Akufo-Addo. We now can't expectation. Those who know him, like I do personally, Makacho, me name President Akufo, me who say President Akufo, but I have not moved with him, unlike Akufo-Addo. The end now if you want to me act as we used to know, because it's not applying the principle. That is all. Oh, because first, I said, what person Trump president change? You beg you $5,000 or whatever the money, mirror fee. What better say? But you say, President Onim Hubi, because when they are organizing event, a protocol, President Ayana Jumano, in Tinkofono Maesa, it come to bear what hey, come and condemn it. Those guys, you are Medi. Who are you, Medino? What man was you are Medi. Now, man won't say, hey, Fado. That was the starting point. That was his at the beginning of his failure, not able to do. Now, go for say, yeah, evidence are there. Now, me procurement one executive, me be able to make. Eh? Many man not to know. One will say another thing I have said it years about Canada, Japan, or President Akufo-Addo, FA, or my man, audience, or better already, so did President Akufo-Addo, a CBO. What's a CBO? And this guy, I said, man for person, all of a sudden, you're born a basso, regional minister. No? I hope you have seen the conversation between him and the host. Was say, street lights, no matter be breaba, or more the 3 months. This is what happened about 14 years or 16 years ago under President Akufo. Omo crowd in the bar, what the couple 2 months, now say, and or 4 years contract, and so for back. And I'm for complaining about President Akufo. And I'm with TM. Unim say, can the Japan add the judgment that every Ghanaian so? It was a company anything. And a Jimmy they know. No British company. Who the British government ever cost her or can wait so? Now who's individual? British government will give you another contract. No, Sabi, they call you the enemy of the state. Whoa, why not the part? What shall that is answered? I buy no court. I got the judgment debt. Now buy no our contract. Said who? Oh, says your assistant within 4 months. Company had 4 months. The company. The same tobacco. So the years are now I'm a who. I should gonna for him. Nipo had the judgment debt to at the contract now, man. The original is an assessor or Panama for a fee. A pound where you're born in seminal. Post him answer. Now, only say, I don't know. Or more cry and your papa quality no. And there be a more alarm or say, I heard the person back home. You see,
this is a good guy, but fear, he has been appointed. No, Nimno Kankan Japan has some hot day. The next 3 months he's gone. But that's why I hate the political parties in Africa. But this is it. If this guy, I could see he's a good guy. I could see from his face, or a genuine. Go and watch the video. You could see this is a genuine Ghanaian. But fear, if this guy was elected, not on the ticket of a political party, he will not allow this to happen to her people. But when him, now Monsieur Bono, now go try it. Into the guy said, "Bet me or can more than 5 times who slow say about the suppliers and the quality or say what the men call the entire when him Japan or the Janaba Sono. Now now some body job channel. Now can worry the minister. Obebi sao. Yeah, donate my party. No, where were you? See, it will never happen in China. It will never happen in Britain. A big mistake like this, you repeated. What's my country cat at the end? And I can't Japodian. And I can't lawyer no or food and drug balls. Oh, and look at what the Americans have done. So Britain ha. First thing, Nigeria for Maya, COVID Baya, or Maggie 2 weeks. They have revoked some of them their licenses. They can never practice as nurse again. So yeah, a Juma hospital care. But I want to the pin on my block pin, the pin in Yajuma Bio. Simple tia. Next time, up the Marabaya Juma, taxi driver, common taxi driver. Since you're more revoking the license, you cannot drive as a taxi driver anymore. What do you say, Kromha? You have a license to drive, and you have a license to be a taxi driver. I hope you know that.
Yeah, no correct. And one send your license in the door. So
you have about point. Now, what do you know? So, and your license.
License.
And son about to me, aquaphobia, come out this canoe. And also, your whole license or maybe what?
Pepe.
And in America, if you can drive, you can drive. Do you need to level of my and will be a party here? Oh, yeah, car. Oh, into driving license, you know. I can't say for yet. Oh, Papa, Mamma wedding. Driver license, general one. Who taxi license, no.
Okay.
And no more revoke. And no more revoke. A bin and Casa revoke to cut at the Aqua with no Supreme Court and Casa by interrogate. No, you're revoke. And let me tell you and acknowledge. Oh, okay, don't call. Someone's one call school. I ain't doing answer. Yes, I'm gonna for you. Was say lawyer need be obeying some from about your lines out here when the manufacturer.
Okay. Fire, you never see what's not. You could see some Jonah Kakra. Yo, and one, as some now, I don't call say lawyer for no. One hard unipa, and in a while we didn't see Hunubiano or your license and free himself. And some I bet you some John, and I'm saying Uncle Body's in no old fear. You can't send me your man and Kakakra before we move on. Uncle Body, you to where? No boy and come Kakra. Bamaso, Uncle Weddy. You to who, Uncle Weddy. Oh, Mr. Uncle Weddy, I know. Okay, all right. Any fire, you could see Rasam Junamra. Na, or can send be or Rasam Juna can send pa. Is ya, ye ba, ye be a homanatum. Also, bra, never can come with you. Fan. Uncle, yeah, or as I'm done and 7 a wakakra, but I will do our best just to listen to all of it. So the bear will be able to get a sense of direction in his message. Manko baby, I ever saw see.
And what should I expect from my brother? It is a pleasure for me to be here as your guest speaker this evening. Let me just say that the first time I spoke at a Rotary Club event, that was sometime in the 90s. My speech got me into a lot of trouble with the then president of our country. The title of my speech then was, Poverty Breeds Social Unrest. You don't help the poor by punishing the rich. Those of you who are old enough will remember that the only independent newspaper then was the Free Press. And the Free Press carried an editorial with the title, The Golden Words of Sam Jonah. As it turned out, that wasn't particularly helpful. Let me say that in preparing my speech, then and now, I took inspiration from your four-way test. Is my speech going to be the truth? Is it going to be fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? I'm happy to say that that is what guided me as I wrote the speech. The late Tiny Rowland, who I worked for, once told me that there are three circumstances where you can tell the truth without fearing the consequences. The first one is that if you are Mahatma Gandhi, you have no interest in the material world, so you really don't care. The second one is if you are Rockefeller, you are so wealthy that you become untouchable. And the third one is if your doctor has told you you only have 3 days to live. I would like to add a fourth, and it is this, that when you have reached my age and you have serious concerns about the future of the next generation, it would indeed be irresponsible not to speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start off by saying that as a frequent traveler to many African countries, I must admit that it would be hugely unfair not to acknowledge the progress this country has made since independence. That said, we must guard against complacency and must be on the alert to any challenges that undermine the gains we have made. Given our endowment, both human and natural, we can and should do much better. In any case, the point ought to be made that we really ought not to take comfort in comparing ourselves to the rest of Africa. We must compare ourselves to the rest of the world. And it is in that context, ladies and gentlemen, that I'd like to share with you my reflections on the challenges that can be an impediment to our country's progress if not addressed with urgency and determination. A lot of what I will be talking about is not new to any of us. Indeed, there are things we all matter about at home and when we meet friends, but we are reluctant to articulate them publicly. In this regard, let me make the observation that in a large measure, our attitude is informed by partisan reasons or fear of recrimination. Of course, we've all been witnesses to how political parties use the social media to unleash their attack dogs on critics. The fear is real, but I'd like to state without equivocation that in succumbing to our fears, we actually make matters worse because impunity and mendacity will reign supreme. As the saying goes, fear is the path to the dark side. We must therefore find our voices, otherwise we become okay with the ills of society or we become powerless. Either way, we will be the worse for it. A wise man once said that the necessary condition for evil to triumph is for good people to remain silent. So whatever we do, we must never keep quiet about the problems we face, the solutions to them, and the prospects for a better future. Indeed, in his inaugural address in 2016, our president, Nana Akufo-Addo, entreated us to be active participants and not be mere spectators in the affairs of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I will start off by talking about that which concerns or ought to concern all of us, and that, I must say, which keeps me awake at night. And it is about the state of the economy and its prospects going forward. As an investor, I know what an economy should look like to attract the necessary investment for national development. Available data indicates that for the first quarter of 2020, our GDP grew at a rate of 4.6%. It contracted to 3.2% for the second quarter and minus 1.1% for the third quarter, giving an average outturn of 0.2 for the 3 quarters of the year. COVID, of course, played a large role in it, and one ought to recognize that. For the same period in 2019, the economy grew at a rate of 6%. At the end of the third quarter, the industry sector contracted at -3.1, while services grew at 1.9. Only the agriculture sector increased in its growth rate, recording 4.5% at the end of the third quarter as compared to 3.7% for the same period in 2019. This is telling us something, right? Even though government revenue exceeded revised target for the year, expenditure also exceeded the revised target, leading to the end of the year fiscal deficit of 11.7% of GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most alarming aspects of our macroeconomic situation is the debt crisis. At the end of 2020, total public debt reached 291.6 billion Ghana cedis, representing 76.1% of GDP. A nominal increase of about 149.3 billion since January 2017. In 2018, the debt to GDP ratio was 59.1%, increased to 62.4 in 2019, and to 76.1 in 2020. New bonds have since been issued. The domestic debt component is 51.4% of total debt, while external debt is 48.6%. Of course, we all know the effect this has on asset to credit by the private sector for investment. But the bigger question is how all of these debts are going to be paid. This question is important because if you look at our expenditure profile, the top two items are the emolument of government employees and interest payments on existing debt. Thus, we are borrowing to consume and to service existing debts rather than for productive investment. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, the emolument of government employees represented 28.3% of total expenditure, while interest payment amounted to 24.6% of total expenditure. Capital expenditure, which we will need to build roads, schools, hospitals, and the rest, was only 12.1% of total expenditure in 2020. And this is not abating soon. In fact, this year, the budget estimates indicate that interest payment would exceed even emolument of government employees to become the #1 line item in our expenditure profile. This is why some economists argue that the ratio of debt servicing capacity to debt stock is a better measure of sustainability than debt to GDP ratio. But let me just say this is for another discussion when you invite me back. Ladies and gentlemen, let us look at the key drivers, the main drivers of the economy and their prospects going forward into the future. Let's take mining, for instance. And here, I like to refer to gold mining because it is the most significant mineral in the mining sector. Like all minerals, gold is a depleting asset. It is irreplaceable. Not too long ago, South Africa was by far the biggest producer of gold in the world. Indeed, in 1994, out of a total global production of 81 million ounces, South Africa alone produced more than 20 million ounces, representing 25%. Ghana then did not even register as one of the major producers. In 2020, South Africa's share of global production is only 3%, and it has lost the top spot even in Africa. Ghana now enjoys the enviable position as the biggest producer in Africa. But let's ask the question, 40 years from now, who can say for sure we will still be producing gold here? As for our newly found jewel, oil, as we all know, a lot of countries are talking about green energy and alternatives to fossil fuels due to the phenomenon of climate change. Most countries are making plans to ban or phase out the use of fossil fuels in the near future. So 40 years from now, what will be the demand for oil? That is if we still have some. Meanwhile, remittances from Ghanaians in the diaspora, which is one of the main sources of foreign exchange for Ghana, is also at risk due to major generational changes. 40 years from now, it is not certain whether the next generation of Ghanaians in the diaspora will feel so attached to families here as to be sending money to take care of them or build houses here. To put it in context, This source represents a significant part of our national income. Ladies and gentlemen, I recently read about a rather disturbing information about cocoa. The Chinese, having polluted our rivers through illegal mining activities and having, in connivance with some Ghanaians, acquired large tracts of farmlands in the cocoa growing areas, have started producing their own cocoa. Their illicit mining activities release mercury into the soil. Mercury is indestructible, and traces have been found in some of our cocoa beans. What this means is that even our traditional source of revenue, from which thousands of farmers obtain their livelihoods, is no longer secure, as we risk losing the premium quality of our cocoa. This is a terrible prospect, and it is one that must be tackled with a renewed sense of urgency. Ladies and gentlemen, the inevitable conclusion from all of this is that the sustainability of our current sources of revenue is under threat. We are borrowing huge sums of money for our children and grandchildren to pay, yet we are not seeing realistic strategies that assure us of our capacity to pay back. Are the 30-year, 40-year bonds going to be paid? I'm afraid unless there are clear plans to ensure that the economy creates jobs, reduces poverty, and improves upon the quality of life of the average Ghanaian, a sense of helplessness and hopelessness will be the lot of our children and grandchildren. The debt will suffocate them. And that is my concern, and that also keeps me awake at night. The question should be asked, how do we avoid this situation? Well, in my view, we can only do so through massive investment in all sectors of the economy. And so I will now put on my investor cap and ask questions which my brother Pamna would ask. Given that I have a choice in where I put my money, what would I like to see in my country to make it the preferred destination for the next AC mall? Every investor has a choice. Every investor is nomadic. They will go to where the greener pasture is. So I'm asking you, if you are an investor, what would you like to see in a Ghanaian business environment which will make you want to put your capital here? We are all, quite rightly, celebrating the good news of Ghana being chosen as the host of the Africa Free Trade Secretariat. And the government should, quite rightly, be commended for this remarkable development. However, let me just say, we can only realize the full benefits if we become the most competitive economy on the continent. I'm afraid, sadly, we are nowhere there. We have a lot of work to do to attain this status. Indeed, a research and advisory firm, Confident, just yesterday reported that Ghana fell short on almost all the AFCFTA competitive indicators. These are cost of credit, cost of power, productive capacity, customs efficiency, trade logistics, and dependency on foreign inputs. Investment promotion, ladies and gentlemen, is like a beauty pageant. The reward goes to the country which is adjudged to be the most attractive as an investment destination. What conditions create the conducive environment for investment in any country? I'm sure you'll be asking. Well, let us look at our situation. One of the key considerations for investment is governance. And since 1992, we have elected governments to steer our affairs. But the very nature of our democratic setup, in my view, is our undoing. The three arms of government are like a tripod. For stability, each leg must have enough strength to stand. In our system, one leg, the executive, has more strength than the other two combined. In fact, the two seem to derive their strength from that of the executive. That's weakening checks and balances. Any party that comes to power has absolute power to do whatever they want. The 1992 Constitution is the basis for the current democratic dispensation. It created a monstrous executive which looms large over the other arms of governance structure. And for 28 years, we have failed to make any meaningful changes to strengthen our democracy. Actually, what we have, if you pardon me to say so, is an executocracy, not democracy. The president is supposed to appoint the majority of his ministers from parliament. So you and I, by definition, that makes parliament a rubber stamp, because no MP in the ruling party will be able to stand up and demand accountability from the executive. They are all scrambling for positions. The judiciary is no different. The president has a determining role in the appointment of all the judges of the Supreme Court, including the Chief Justice. This fosters the perception that the situation compromises the impartiality and the independence of the judiciary. Indeed, a large section of the citizenry believe that the judiciary is not impartial, with 85% of Ghanaians in the recent Afrobarometer survey perceiving the judiciary as corrupt and ineffective. My own personal experience with the judiciary is that of frustration, lengthy and costly proceedings. Some lawyers take pride in being masters of legal gymnastics. Every opportunity to delay cases are seized upon. The commercial courts, which were set up to speed up the dispensation of justice, have become a huge disappointment. Disputes involving land overwhelm the courts. Land acquisition is the most important factor, but now I will tell you, in investment decision making. Any prolonged litigation over land frustrates any investor. Indeed, it has been said that the enclave that houses the Lands Commission, Lands Evaluation, and Title Registry, these registry, is arguably the most corrupt enclave in the world. It cannot be good for investment. But corruption pervades all aspects of our governance structure. A few years ago, a prominent member of parliament said publicly that parliamentarians take bribes to pass bills that favor their sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, if a fish comes out from water to tell us that crocodile has one eye, who are we to doubt it? Incidentally, the said MP is now the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alan Barkley. Our governments, all the governments, have paid lip service to anti-corruption, but I'm afraid do very little substantially to cure the canker. Which of the major corruption issues has been conclusively dealt with since the Fourth Republic began? There have been many corruption scandals and none have been conclusively dealt with. I could give you a long list of unresolved corruption cases, but there's no need to bore you with something that we are all familiar with. As a friend of mine will say, the problem with corruption is not the absence of laws, but the certainty of punishment. Sadly, there's rather certainty that corrupt people, especially in high places, will never face punishment. And this has bred impunity in those who rather take it all for themselves through dubious means than serve the common good. We cannot go anywhere if this situation continues. No country can develop without dealing decisively with this canker. Days ago, we read shocking news of 2 teenagers who were arrested for killing a 10-year-old boy for money rituals. This sparked extensive discussion on mainstream media as well as social media. Many Ghanaians were expectedly shocked that children of this age were so moved by money that they allegedly killed a human being to get it. But ladies and gentlemen, if we were to reflect, we will know that this was merely a symptom of a much more deep-seated problem with the entire Ghanaian society. When our children watch TV, what do they see? Too much religiosity without morality. Pastors displaying uncouth behavior, stepping on pregnant women, slapping congregants, people showing how money can be made without hard work, and when they copy what they see, we appear shocked. Let's stop the pretense. Ladies and gentlemen, what is baffling is that those who used to have voices on these things seem to have lost their voices. People speak on issues based on who is in power. It's our definite silence suggesting that we are no longer concerned about issues that we complained about yesterday. The molestation and in some cases assassination of journalists, murder of MPs, corruption, the harassment of agents. We have just finished another election, the 8th in the series since the beginning of our Fourth Republic democratic experiment. As usual, the accolades came from all over the corners of the world, and we took them with pride, as we should. But we failed to tell the world, what we failed to tell the world is that some people lost their lives in the course of the election. Ladies and gentlemen, for me, no election is as important as to warrant the loss of even one life. And the silence over it is numbing, as it gives the impression that it is okay and it is to be expected. No, it is not to be expected. It is not okay. Let me say that one of the saddest moments for me was after the State of the Nation address, when a prominent MP was asked why there had not been serious outpouring of grief about the death of the innocent people in Techiman. His response was that, as far as he was concerned, they were undeserving of any sympathy because he saw them as armed robbers. For me, that was a new low for the country. We also witnessed, arguably, the biggest assault on our democracy since the beginning of the Fourth Republic. When on the eve of the swearing in of the president, at a time when there were no ministers, and crucially, let me repeat, crucially, there was no Minister of Defense. Armed soldiers, that is to say, officers from an institution that works by command, invaded our parliament, and up to date, no serious answers have been provided. This could have been grave, this could have had grave consequences for the future of our country. The least of that we deserve is a public inquiry. Have we become so numb to these things? Ladies and gentlemen, the indiscipline on our roads has become a nightmare. Last year, 1,115 people lost their lives or got seriously injured due to road accidents. A 22% increase over 2019 figures, according to the Bureau of Public Safety. For the first 3 months of this year alone, more than 700 people have died from road accidents. By comparison, the COVID-19 has killed 760 people over a 1-year period. Ladies and gentlemen, clearly, indiscipline on our roads is far more deadly than the coronavirus. Our media landscape is so polarized and partisan. There is hardly any objectivity because a lot of the media stations are owned by politicians whose interest is in swaying voters one way or the other. Independent media practice seems to have faded, and journalism has become a conveyor belt for political propaganda, insults, and acrimony. What is the status of the role of the media in holding the executive, judiciary, the legislature accountable as the fourth estate of the realm? Is it enough to just report issues? Where are the investigations? Where are the facts? These are the hard questions that the media must ask and reassess its role in shaping our country's future. In the past, when all else had failed, academia was the last vanguard. We all remember the role that the Legon Observer played. Under the hallowed cloak of academic freedom, men and women of conscience could write and speak words that penetrated the halls of power. It appears to me that in recent times, in our Fourth Republican dispensation, the courage to stand up for the truth and the determination to uphold the common good seems to be missing. In our dark moments, it is concerning that the voices of the intellectuals are receding into oblivion. Sadly, it is a consequence of deep partisan polarization of our country, said that everything is seen through the lenses of politics. It appears to me that the culture of silence has returned, this time not enforced by legal and military power, but through convenience, parochialism, hypocrisy, and lack of conviction. Where are our Dubois Haynes and PV Hamses, I should ask? Ladies and gentlemen, where do we go from here? If you were to listen to the voice of the over the hill, the over 70s, we've seen it all. What will be the advice for the future of this country? Well, this is the advice of the over the hills crowd who have been of service and are very confident that a word to the wise is enough. First, to have a meaningful democracy, we cannot continue on the path of a tripod with one leg stronger than the other two combined. We must commit to review the experiment with the aim of strengthening accountability and ensuring that democracy delivers real development to the people. Democracy is meaningless unless it is capable of improving the living standards of the people and providing decent living conditions for at least the very poor in our society. To achieve this, our constitution must be revisited. Secondly, we must reevaluate the structure of our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, no country has attained the height of development unless the major drivers of the economy are owned and controlled by the citizenry. Take a look at the major drivers of the Ghanaian economy in the financial sector, the mining sector, construction of major projects, telecoms, oil and gas, insurance, etc. These are often predominantly foreign-owned, and Ghanaians own very little in these sectors. For example, according to a Pricewaterhouse report 2019, June 2019, only 9 out of 23 Class 1 licensed banks had majority local ownership, with the rest being majority foreign-owned. In the mining sector, Ghana has more than 20 mining companies at various stages of operation in the country. As far as I know, no Ghanaian businessman or woman has 5% of the ownership in any of these mines. This situation is not different from what obtains in the oil sector. I note with some satisfaction the efforts of the government to empower Ghanaians in the economy. In this regard, I pray we learn from the experiences of Malaysia and South Africa. In Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, the promotion of what they call the Bumiputra, Malay sons of the soil, policies as an attempt to empower local businesses in an affirmative manner led to massive corruption and cronyism. South Africa's Black Empowerment, Economic Empowerment Program suffered the same fate. Even though these programs are well intended, their implementation gave room for political patronage and clientelism, leading to consequences noted above. We must therefore be guarded in the implementation of this initiative. We can empower our own people without creating seasonal local entrepreneurs through political patronage or create loot and share schemes disguised as investments. Tribal and ethnocentric considerations, family affiliation, and friendship must not be the defining routes to gain business opportunities. Third, we need to develop our industrial base. We cannot develop by importing almost everything from food to toothpick. The one district, one factory flagship initiative is laudable, but quite frankly, we need a lot more than that to develop an industrial base. And by the way, where's the industrial base or foundation laid by Kwame Nkrumah in the 60s? At the time, there was an understanding there were no Ghanaian businesses with enough capital, businesses with enough capital to venture into certain businesses. So the state took it upon itself to drive industrialization and build a foundation for takeoff. Accordingly, according to some records, well over 100 factories were set up across the region, producing imported finished products, producing almost everything we needed at the time. Today, we still export many primary commodities and import finished products for consumption. From 2010 to 2019, we spent $3.9 billion importing processed rice, mainly from Asia. That is an average of almost $400 million or more than $2 billion cedis a year. Over the same period, we spent $2.5 billion on sugar imports. That is about 13 billion cedis. Ladies and gentlemen, this cannot continue because all of these things can be grown here. The last but not the least, we must completely overhaul our education system. I am not talking about the duration of school. I am talking about the equality of education and the prioritization of what our children are taught. A useful education system must be able to groom young people to believe in themselves and to have the necessary skills and attitudes to form an effective, efficient labor force. As the legendary Dr. Kwejiri Aggrey opined, our education must train the heads, hands, and heart of our youth. This calls for not only science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but also vocational and technical education. Our inordinate obsession with degrees and certificates has turned most of our graduates into certified unemployables, hardly suited to the needs of industry. Are we preparing our graduates for the new skill sets needed for the future? That is why I have never understood the kind of logic that informed the conversion of polytechnics into universities. Technical and vocational education have been crucial in Germany's development. Let us really look at our priorities and reform the education system, shifting away from grades and certificates to technical know-how, values and attitude building, an educational system which inculcates into our young people flexibility and adaptability, communication and emotional intelligence, creativity and innovation, as well as ethical leadership skills. That is the only way we can compete in the 21st century. And from my own perspective, we don't lack the human and material resources to create that kind of system. We must shape the future we desire for our country. In conclusion, the older folks remember the inspirational lyrics of the wonderful high life music, Work and Happiness. It is characteristic of the times in which it was produced. Today's music, well, maybe I'm too old, but one, I can hardly understand the lyrics or what they are supposed to be to inspire. A contemporary musician, Adamba Haraba, asked a good question, which I'd like to ask all of us. Who will say the truth? On that note, I urge all of us to speak up for the good of our country, now and in the future. A wise man once said that the necessary condition for evil to triumph is for good people to remain silent. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Ura Sam Jonah. And sama openi ekanye wakan sembebre na se wati dwumedie ya bama so dwumedie ya ensema wakan no obehunu se ebie ne hono a eye foforo as to ensema ya boboso wo kasafidie. But it tells you say there are equally other people out there who think likewise as to how we should be able to address our problems. Say yesi dwumedie ya say years ago na me can simbi me say the problems of our land go beyond the confines of the NDC and the NPP. Just say NPP nkwani a problem and NDC nkwani a problem. Over the years it has been evidently clear say Sasemno and Ukrutrodo our problems go beyond the confines of the NPP and the NDC. Na ya how as a minor as ye and if we need solutions in as much as the individuals may be doing their bit to find solutions in their own small ways, we need leadership that will be able to guide us sternly as well. Na ekoba se de enkomodie mu no akowie no se leadership no in their reasoning no they are equally sick as the individuals they are. Let's just say we are lost at sea. Now say we become a log that is on the sea with no direction, not knowing where exactly it is heading. Ura Sam Jonah honestly put to the perspective to the problems of our land. My church and I don't come pa. Samri makwani anum so enkwani anum so na omonso de omo kano omonya de be omonka minim se uncle Bodi e wo ho de a kamama na hyase okasa wi a makobobo so na fire afi ono nso abieja kama e wo ho nti se uncle Bodi otime nkade a omutu ho na yenko uncle Bodi empom ti say
nyame adom boko
ne e bama so
ajun kese
good one
uma ai bobo ni ai
and chassis oh
ba constant me wife ko office be ba
no problem what's it you be the side amount in mama ko bobo so yenko bobo so and the bobo
Mr. Papa smiling
yaba sabo ko de
Madam Papa, Madam, that's sorry. I'm on the
Good
don't
one.
say you have to the Dana Sawanyari, now sorry. Make you say, we speak new. Yeah, Witika or no, or that hospital, yeah, a do crana. Yes, you the fact and told me the man. It be you craft na shapa bema pa kawatiko na kawati mitina mpaso ma ho sane ho na afedi bia so wayi ho ade a efe onye usi nti papa wi ase no bottom line say say et ote ho na say ade pa bi chi o onko da vision so onye ya na say you are the rich man on earth
na bobo what's a man working right. Onyansani bi ka asɛm bi kyerɛ m wɔse ewiase ha yɛ wei no one reality we all should come to terms with and say we are once an adult and twice a child. Once an adult, twice a child. Na the opeso ochiri nyina and say how we started no that is how we end. And when you come to this understanding that no matter what happens to you, you still see yourself as a blessing.
Hey, Mamma no, just and someone who can suddenly dementia. Yeni, and now, may I intimate me, I get one day, I one or some mammy by before. So, and I'm a cousin of my babu, a friend dementia condition and Tessa. So, and son of me church in one or tears, but I do any pair more book, just say, or health and what drink. Two most important tools. Papa, it will be any from who you see you. For the is even number viable. I could read the increase of a jam, maybe near my credua. Uhuniama, so and then I'm going to go for wood green. That's right. Tottenham. Now, before you pan, I say we are before dressing. It's one of the best. So, what shall I name away for you a show when you saw? What's your home? If you share the bisu that care home, it be a check, for you, Papa. 70 years plus. So this man can work without the aid of a stickle. Maybe 50 years, 40 years, Papa, or now, or surround upon 20 tablets, he can't even function as a human being. Ain't can be says a one now what I say?
That's right.
I think, yeah, promote to life. Let's do much. Now, I would say, governance, Papa, is also about promotion of life. Politics is also about there are many aspects of politics that relate to promotion of life because political decisions, they can affect your health.
That's right.
Political decisions can affect your mental stability. And I'm sure political decisions coming out of coup d'etat.
That's right.
Coup d'etat restrictions on your freedom. For that says curfew, when you become something like remote control. If you also even craft freedom card become a crowd, even your crowd. And the decision making be if be one impact on your life. That's not what I say.
Bobo, said you're working, right? Everything in this life should be about the promotion of life. Everything. There is no exception. Everything in this life should be about the promotion of everything that you do. It should be about the promotion of life. Other than that, it has lost its importance.
When Papa, the American support of where you work and it didn't say, if your body a whole, no boy. Oh, when he, was so. Oh, Bibia. Papa, Menka said, how do you feel?
Yes, I'm guessing.
Kaka is part of your body, but the body is a whole. The body is supposed to function. The kaka is not making the body to function. But Rome say we also have our limitations. But let's make sure say our limitations does not lead to depletion. So it's not lead to extinction. It should not lead to rebellion. Papa, some be have make a crack. and say we see me the L tape you up with.
Okay, Koso.
Mr. Tewo, dear Ed de Woman. Dear Ed de Woman, say, tape, I raise a lot of concern. Issues are, I think, say, since the birth of a 24 radio, no matter say, it's a discussion on this table, this platform, for a long time. Our governance structure, rule of law, separation of power, economics, and what we have as our resources, agreement, procurement. It's a problem. And it needs serious minds to look into it. And it needs people who can stand test of time to live to it. Papa, do you want to crap out on say? You almost say your problem. When you people are, they should shut up. What I say? Papa, me say they should shut up. They cannot stand test of time.
Koso.
What they can? Oh, Papa, don't worry. We went to the relax. Now that we say, oh, we are now but from 5 or 6 minutes here. Papa, these people should shut up. They are part of the problem we face today. They are legacy problems of Ghana today. In fact, what the Ghana crime money on Baton Ghana di. So tell that man Sam Jonas to shut up. I said no can. You better find the area, man. But one can say they won't shut it up. In history and in the records, Papa is not worthy. And me as a Ghanaian, I cannot vouch for this man. His integrity, oh, come on. His records, come on. And you have to separate the two, the message and the messenger. Message in more true. Or say to me the message in here, Juma. High. Messenger, no problem.
Bobo. I said, Emudia na person addresses. Ya person address message na messenger na Emudia.
Papa, message in my account was a message in Chichimuniansa.
Okay.
My team will bring a rule of law, procurement, economics, anyway. Problem. Papa, we cannot deny that. We can't live as ostrich. The rule of law is a problem. Law enforcement, a problem with Ghana. A problem. And so if the law enforcement issue is not being addressed, it's a failure. It's a scar on our conscience. We need to look into it. I agree with that. Okay? Delivering of justice, a problem. Oh, you crew. So, what it take to be a air call round that? Maybe a Papa Smiley. American, near what town they are, black American. What about Ghana, Papa? The woman have been shortchanged. It will be called almost unbinding no moon dinner and Sarama Buano. What I say? In this one, we take an air call round now. Black American lady. A good gun and massive papa, and ivory hope. Or be our town in mortgage, Babetina crew. If what she's saying is true. Babetina Ghana or Betina and so Wayajapa, they were pew crew. Land acquisition, acquire program mano. Or more fight it or court. Court now, I said not that was 6 years in year 7 or Lusunisika. It's what acquire pop America. Or say Ghana from point for man, almost or could be almost easy dinner and San Mabuan. What I say. So that is where we live now today. Where pa Nipo Casa, Sam Jonah. Oh Jesus Christ. Into horror or ages, for 2 decades. Is he the person? Papa Smiley. Is he the one who was board chairman of Ghana Airways a good NDC time? I'm just asking a question. Was he the board chairman? Was he the board chairman of Ghana Airways a good time? I don't know. Let's find out. Is he the one? Come on. Why not? Papa, let me leave personality aside because I'm way too personal. So I'll put it this way. Obianko in the research. Papa, who introduced surface mining in Ghana? It will require me research to find it out. So and also require research. So when they introduce surface mining in Ghana, now when we introduce surface mining, it led to Galamsey. Inti galamsey e queen na ubi ene shas ya wane she galamsey. I'll leave that to be enquiry research. Another one. Why Obuasi gold mines ran into crisis, Papa Smiley? Now it will be the interim rollers or board them, no penny baby at you or Ghana. You'll be again research and find it out. Say Obuasi gold mine, the single largest gold mine in the whole world. Papa company via one interest, me boy. The company in the balance of one interest. I can employ you as a Ghanaian, Papa Smiley, Neba, Mate Company, Achibobo Company Limited, Elijah Otigana or Ganani. No, I employ Elijah as a manager. Elijah is supposed to respond to my interest. Okay? And you're right, Elijah. For interest, me interested there. Then Elijah, a man Ghana for the new company no ever that yes wapa. Nasi you took code ever Johannesburg. Na Obuasi, I said in some for Kruma. Problem ben a major of future generation to solve. Papa Smiley, I cannot be a drug addict. Create drug problem for society. For the next generation to solve. Then I come about and shouting around. It's very irritating. Very, very irritating. Papa, but your mama irritating, as a chairman say. Sebi, area say, so the problems are real. And the unwin fact once now and Cobra will be crew. The best thing I would have expected, they say. Sometimes we disagree. But you buy say, oh, I deal with kind of no one looking at this, see, I've changed my mind, I've changed my position. Papa Smiley, Shannon Kufado or Tuesday CIO. Do you think, say, in 4 years' time, Nana Kufado Baba catch a say, police, Ghana, a basa, judiciary near basa, corruption or Ghana, a basa, Papa Smiley, who listen to Nana Kufado? Where President 8 years old, Ghana Shannon sa, will enjoy executive powers, appointment, any reward. Nana Kufado be catch them in 4 years' time, say, Ghana Police Service is not fit for purpose. But is he not insulting our intelligence and intellectual minds? Say, or not from 2016 to 2020 to 2024, I know a president, not only win space, then or yeah, for police service, was he the one appointing the police IGP? Was he the one appointing the Supreme Court judge? Come on. So if Anakufaro come tomorrow to tell us something good that we should take, without admitting his mistake, Papa Smiley, what would you say as a Ghanaian? And this is the problem I found with this man's speech. Papa, omo anyame ya omadom, omotimanya privileged position e Ghana no. Mesra omo. They hold the key to our success.
Okay.
Na momo no, omo ba, bone so omo di man no. They should acknowledge it. Papa, me a rapist. Rapist, I mean, hormones, the mammy, yes, sir. You two crumb up about some money, forgetting some crowds, almost the same hormones. I should be able to identify the problem with hormones, tell them my experience, and tell them what it has led me to. It is not good, then we must stop. Okay. In that way, we are making progress. Okay, kind of company for music. Office of music at a Kurma and Cassidy, maybe depreciate. Intimate penny will not be catching the economy and ya. About small, they should shut up. But that's what.
All right, thank you very much, Bobo. One of the Angela Pesofa, a free, and one more who. Uncle Body, Enyanya ready. My fire on us meet best for starters, no first one on for meetings, yeah. When say, or on send me a car, ever. Or as I'm doing an comedy, and young come off of young kind, so we've said it so many times from so many angles. But on Kakakra, our home, I call of a coffee chum and a jamensa, so fire, young quay, what's it?
Well, answer because we need to be proud of ourselves.
and celebrate this particular platform. Oh, a lot of people have sent stuff to me about this speech. YK, all the big boys of my send there, and I'm saying, and so what? Unless Mr. Sabjona, Rebecca Chem say, when tia a country for. Meaning, pass with tia country for radio playback and all the any speech. You have to come and acknowledge it first. So when tia pa and our ideas, I have a problem with him. Because on 4 points now on my about a wise man, that if you are not a material person, you can criticize or talk. If you are not powerful, or you have to be powerful, or the doctor have declared that 3 days will be. Why now you are say, oh Ghana, or powerful see Sam Jonah? Who? He's the living say among Ghanaians. Say why we no more. Onunkwana okra British title. Of a plane, British Airways on tia by his statue okra no. Inti abambang and a baba. You are Sam Jonah. Or ya the bonia or can aban between akotinatu. It's too late. But I'll take it because in some way I become here and then where you see platform and summarize it. And I'm so proud today. Now I don't know how you take it. And then about post Monaco weekend. Yeah, boss whiskey. It means we haven't wasted our time at all. Baba, on what can some of my dear say Ufa and Baba, let me acknowledge this. Samsung is a campaign I have been fighting for on this platform because I know it is the politicians that send people around to go and do that. Ya casado, or say a wise man, also could do it. A Indian, you, a bet, but some France or say a wise man, a Indian, or more bet. If you know something is happening, you don't talk. Go no, and now your problem. So I say we shouldn't keep quiet. Why have we kept quiet all this while? Why? That is my problem. Why have we kept quiet? These politicians send their boys to go on platforms, tell them they talk too much. They demoralize you so that they can do whatever they think is right. Papa Smari.
Yeah. Cause
or can some be no matter solution po? Some be okay na me worry ni say wo say Chinese for ebe say nsuo ebe say no. What was the paper? We say I people intimate me next month near. What was the papers? Here was Sam Jonah Edema government from 1992 I be do samre. I'm yet to see one. What was the comment? Swan Trumpa, what was the comment? Mr. Kitiosen, this week, or say name one of his writers. I buy a paper. Sometimes not for most of his writing to me. I a paper. That can somewhere will be to me for Tano. And that is what we need to encourage big boys in our country to do. Papa, may me summarize it in Yamaki 12.
Okay.
On say what say 3 organs of government, you know. Bakono, a powerful singing, you know. What's your account? No, use the word monstrous. And indeed, that is the reporter on when this year on the bar say the government of the day, no. Oh yeah, Obumras will be executive court on one Ghanaians need to do something. Me no. So what here last 2 months and people can say any change of the government any here we need change of direction. Now in some way can you know what man solution now but we need the tactics. On say sometimes member can say and yes sir Kufuor buy what the education I got 10 years. Now most about not the about 8 years and then quality of education. Our education system need to be changed. And I can't remember why you ask me. I was driving to Chelsea at the time. I have to change my education system. I'm saying, so also quite a lawyer, unable to school fees. But those who want to be engineers, this and that, NSS state, so they have confidence in themselves, creating the job for themselves. This is what the white man didn't give to us. And the time has come, we have seen it. We have to do and then reform our education system. So not making it free. And I have been arguing that even people on this platform, people here say, at the end of poisonous, why do you make it free? The thing is poisonous. Look at graduate unemployment, and you say, I'm going to make it free. It means you yourself, you are sick. Oh, this is the thing. Our education system has reformed totally. Totally. Most of us are graduates. We have to go another form of education or training before we can get what you call good or decent job to do in this country. Whether you are a lawyer or you are a doctor or a nurse. Even today, pharmacists have been added to it, coming from Ghana or West Africa. Pathetic. Oh, indeed, our education system, and indeed, first me buy a private Osanka. What's my graduate? Maybe a graduate Osanka. And every year I started school. Sunny in your school. In your school, cry. I didn't be any. Oh, indeed, one solution, Mr. Samdona can. I hope would be topical. How can we reform our education? Because on one my point solution, we need say an idea. And they say sperms are econo. And you need na yankoda. Body mpo or body based screens no yi bebre atwa. Oh, into an idea and your solution. They need to be screened and make sure say they can come to be a finished product. Nipa mu na aye baby. Into any idea be and betumi survive the environment. Into we need to screen it, and I wish you would do that for us on this platform. How can you, my topic, how can you reform our education to meet the contemporary? So that was the first solution he gave. Number two, structure and system. Or see here, structure and systems. Well, in the structure and system, so I know you are so powerful. But to me, so I share. On my example, say mining sector, about 20 companies. Mining, the big mining companies. No, Ghanaians have less than 5%. How can you also, as a nation, as a people, come out with a vibrant ideas as how we can restructure our systems in Ghana? And about the last kind of first solution, maybe I don't know. And direction. We need new direction, whereby separation of powers, and then underlining good governance. Was it the three organs of government should be different for personnel and function? 3 organs of government should be different for personnel and function. Says when your problem, once America earlier on, or soon for president or a judicial. Now president phone and it undermine the judicial system. Obia said didn't lame. How can you do that? Into such another tune or topic for the year concerning this solution. How can we have new direction? The presidency or the executive will not be monster. Now, I put for the rain, put the oil point up on it, PRO to GMPC. PRO. What do you say? About 15 or 20 or 30 years. Then you a degree course. Anybody who have a skill can do it. This common position is being appointed by the president of a state. A mobility. Oh, how can you do that? So this 3 solution, I don't want to go to the problem because I can't Obama over years. In the 3 solution of the mind, and I'm appealing to you as the speaker. Set them as a tone of conversation from now maybe to December. Now amount for us in tea. Well, I hope say it will help us.
Okay.
But people in people in the lives of Sam Jonah, Ishmael Yamson, powerful people that no politician can attack because they have 3 days to die, according to him. They should come out and speak so that our youth will follow. And you're very, very important. But when they are quiet, then we that have no power, Missy and Papa, now on there, Miko Ghana, okay, me say, because I think I also need to enjoy some life, like Oh, but there are some people who have only 3 days. 3 days in invested company. They are so powerful that nobody can touch them. Omu NSA omudi pace no na yɛn nso yɛ small ideas no yɛde aka ho aboa
yo yɛbɛda ase fire chief na menkɔ ɔfa kofi twumbarima so owi a ɛgya mensa nso aba ɔfa kofi mpom te sɛ
Oh, I'm very well. Thank you very, very much. And good afternoon to all of you.
Good one there.
I pray and hope that I was in a foreign so.
Obia holding power of Kofi. Obia holding.
Very, very much.
Yo, Ova Kofi, what about ya? Any and comment up on some say, may I sure say possibly be a one take rana. What a ura Sam Juna and Samoa. Waka Nanu ya. Boy problems nina ana koma a few solutions kakra no ho na obaya out say bubu any fire and so kire won adwen e wo ho nti ofa wabade a kakra obeka no come in
yo me dase I want to appeal to all my fellow Ghanaians say yen kan yakoma into your yam and someone papa be kan ye Aya someone ye nyina ya ka na bia da be sika senti yasem so isa ebe wo mo access wo ye wo mo nye ya papa die wo ka ho bi sabi o sika o nim die wa ye nnuma kese pi ene wa beka enti me feel say was offer solutions to our problems in governance. The man has seriously what punches serious holes in terms of Jens having a very serious introspection of our governance structure, our constitution. What can one say? No, it needs to be something seriously have to be done about it, especially reference to the separation of powers. What can one say? I want to appeal to people who are beginning to bash this man. Say, "Oh, Munyai." People are saying, "Well, you're part of the problem." Yes. But why are part of the problem? No? And what trust here? It's only a fool who doesn't change his mind. Maybe he was a fool before, now he's wiser. And what can? And then, yes, not just any solution. We keep on just making noise. Problem. The man is offering solutions. And then, I applaud. Maybe I applaud this man for coming out loud and clear, being bold, being very honest, and calling a spade a spade. Yeah, the constitution is bad.
Now,
I created a huge debt. The next generation, the next young people in 30, 40 years, I'll never be Tiaka. And you can't ask them, what it is bad. And that these young people, they have no jobs. That has to stop. The educational structure is so bad, it needs a serious overhaul. Papana offer very fundamental solutions to the core of our problems. This man must be applauded.
Now, let me say, on say when you are been so on more, they feel say it is just their view. Say their work is only a fool that does not change his mind. And you know, and you know, almost expect to say if the fool changes his mind, he should announce that I have changed my mind. And yeah, now. Attacking message now, no attacking messenger no so kakrana.
No, we should be careful not to kill the message. You know, the message is powerful, but now I'm careful. You see, given what you and we know about Sadia Ghana for sit here, your best spend days, weeks. What I call as ugly no coca near bibia. You bed so much noise about it. Tap and some papa can integral say and say your water bodies and say your water bodies. Yeah, governance structure and yet at the body. The too much power vested in the executive. Is it not true? It's a fact. What can't want them? Educational structure, it's so bad, it needs overhauling. What can't want them? In discipline, young kolakra is it not true? It is a fact. What can't want them? Empty. Mr. Mumian concentrate on the solution. No, nien time on the bay de abasino no, yen reduce no, not yen fat the message, you know, yen tum. This will be the catch and some papa and Ukraine him. Now so far, I mean, who's so dear meeting and say that man should shut up. But papa won't shut up. One of these solutions, and he's in a better position. Wakasa, he's at the corridors of powers. Yeah, waka, one way better a bit. Mimi no me, Sansma, Sam Jonah can, Yakani, me, who so many of us have can. But when it gets to Jubilee House, will be NTA. Say, dear, Papa, we dear, Wakano, begin say, a bay juma. Meaning that is where I want to concentrate. No, time waits for no man. We don't have much time. Papa no, I reveal it. Why you bold statements, baby. Now he sits, dines, and drinks tea with the people in the corridors of powers. And tea, it be up for the first time, you know. Now something seriously is going to be done about all our problems now. Me, other people. And Madam, if you said the message is powerful and revealing and Yamfa message, you know, and especially the next generation. Or can't say at his age, you know, he's 71, I'm 73. So we are on injury time. Now when some of the message was for the benefit of the younger people on here 20s, 30s, and 40s, you know. That is the next generation, the next crop of leaders. Yeah, this generation, you know, because of bad governance, but I created huge debt, over 30 billion cedis debt at the almost. You bet trying to back in 20, 30 years time. Some are 20, 30, no more 60. It because we need Juma. I bet on bet you. Let's say you creative problems about yet Miss Ramon. Yen tum. I saw my papa can I ask my yakaka, me say the Maccabi Nina, Macaka. Papa Naka, yen sum, not yen making sure, say, Afadia. The people in the corridors of power will do something about it. At a level, we begin to see levels of a level playing field. Kakran. Nemum, Yanya Sania concentrating, bashing him. He's part of the problem. Who says he's not part of the problem? And no, yes, he says a problem, ye per solution. Tabonoa, ye go back, problem ye nim, nipa be I create a problem. No. Think moment, yeah, we shouldn't waste time. Time is money. Kibabe wasting time, money, no, to bash this man. Na solution ye jato. And no more just a question any answer. I'm assuming see any answer. And to mommy and message in the moon and yet concentrate on the solutions now of our near and
yo, off our view. Yeah, but when say when we come to the details now, you may want to express your views one way or the other. Remember what home is for now. Yama Ejamensa Abanamako Daniel so Ejamensa Vamasu.
Again, Cassie.
Pump to then.
We
good. And then carry me uncle. Why?
Me chubia. Some good.
Obiajo do what?
Obiajo. Na me ya so there. Nche one chin. Oh, Ghana. Obia Pegana yin and one chin now. One trying. Because he was part of a problem to the Jechumukano. 1979 Constitution. There was separate of powers. We are MP or appoint to minister now resign. Or was the name? I know of Dr. Isaac Tromboa, first headmaster of Achimota School. Or we knew Wallenbre or resigning. Now Dr. Pianda Beshana name. Dr. Ukran or we know Takwa Israel. Or Zani, na aggravation and name. The constitution was so separate. Professor Bene, Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, about 3 weeks ago, I'm also Papanaka, we will brown for her. On Obezi, Dr. Amon Nukri, na name, as finance minister, or your budget in my parliament, neutral off. More dog, Konoko Vice Azi. Until the Nancy and Fee. At the Parliament, why a rubber stamp? No, Parliament did not accept this as the Bokorevasi or Sanabay. Now, Constitution 1992 Constitution, no, Sam Jordan was part of it in framing that Constitution. They overthrew the 1979 Constitution, no, what was the best of. He was talking about mines. Mines. Now, Yannick Garamase or Ghana. Abroad any the control over the mines. Ehenara State Gold Mining Corporation. And you to your mines, you to bauxite, you to manganese. Ghana for now, scanning in Abba. Some Junior, no, only advice warrants, no, my what dissolve State Gold Mining Corporation. No, when to do private, they might tiny road and nobody didn't know. When you know, but system, it was part of our problems.
Majatum or you're part of
yeah,
our
but
problems.
I'm happy that he has now seen the light.
Oh, okay. All right. And yeah, focus on that.
Now that he has seen the light, into Umbra Rombo condemn, or when I in this food or something now, almost dissolve that, almost now lay down there, near young ones, on start or they manage the affairs of the nation. In this food, or no cost of no conforno, or yeah, no. I create the Aka baby or Bob citizen. I could crave man.
Hey, that was you. They'll come
This man created a problem for Ghana. Huge problem. It's such a walk there. I do, no, I need or my pacho. Oh, now your own family and sorry problems, Are you a friend then? What I said, you come on, now they are in the hands of the white people. It's true. All one or turning. Because certain industries will be away now. Some Jonah now runs or turning now. What is this? A book for Google is that the 10 richest people in Ghana need him. I private individuals said all but home was in operate side by side with the state, Sian, Tata Brewery, Owusu, he offended I oil transport, Kumasi, Opoku transport, could be oil mattress, when you no collapsing for business. Public servants in our knowledgeable, all around the economy in my hand, 400 factories, one or palm no the refraps. This man created a mess for the country. Although Bapachow first. No solution, but I get to.
And one patch of the only solution in tomorrow.
He's a hypocrite. I'll say he's a hypocrite.
And no, or a hypocrite into solution or the abandon onion to. Yes, sir.
Solution, there is no solution. That thing is there already. Also, Mantilla, you move away and you don't know.
No, it's not. It's a question is
there is
fine.
No solution. What solution is he providing? The state has the monopoly over the mining area. About to turn Ninaya. You should go back and correct it for us. Have a solution, Ozeba.
You,
granted to us.
Yati. Why? Yati. Okay. Into open so quiet days is ya, Uncle Yassas, on cost of Poganam Sina. Okay.
We are for swim Yensaka in Yamano.
Okay.
That's up to him.
You, Yati. Why? Thank you very much.
The man is a hypocrite, is a thief.
You, Yati. Why? You are no hypocrite. You are clean. You are very clean. Wati. Thank you very much. Daniel, you to whom you uncle Bamaso.
I'll drink a papa.
I saw
one idea. Another minute, a job means a very drink. Okay. Back for once.
Okay.
And them say, Sasson, I've waited for this particular story. This Sam Jonah guy to come for about almost 20 years now. And then Waba. Let me tell you something. In 2013, Papa, now for me, I to go for Seguye.
I mean, pa.
When my choir pass Seguye.
Well, on say, Koya hedging be. And no, now kind of one samana.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Who caused that hedging? Who took that decision to go for hedging? Him, this guy messed up Ashanti Gophers. Nti eye then na nipa na onu create problem my Ghana no should come back with a solution say yeah solve mess that he left. You see, since I became a skeptic, and every time I hear people shouting in Ghana, now Utmu say nipa no, he's got a different agenda. So what is a pastor B and MPP banners a pastor B come no complain not to say the business be and contract be another form of government, the man no he's losing it. And this banners what is a pastor MPP pastor so now who said there's something behind. This guy what in 2003 hedge Goldman Sachs advised you say hedge mo. If the price go down, we'll pay you that figure. If the price go up, we'll pay you that figure. Being an experienced, a smart guy, you accepted to do that. You know, say Goldman Sachs is the Routinto owns Goldman Sachs, and you know, say Anglo Gold Ashanti South Africa owns Goldman Sachs. If somebody from that area come and advise you to hedge your gold. You know, tontos, 3 tables, you know, tontos. In tos, Nini Bakono, accountant be all 2 years, you know, meme for say, maintain mentos, so. Then you accept it. Wouldn't say, your competitors owns this guy coming to advise you. Why did you take that advice? And then you are giving us their problems and solutions. The man hasn't got that. You see, I somehow Canadian, but you see, I don't know that the agenda will come out later. Maybe he is coming to stand for to be the president of Ghana one day, and this is the setting the ground to know where the voices are going to go.
Okay.
But Sam Jonah, you collapse Ashanti Gophers, and you are coming to give us solutions or problems. Oh, come on.
Now, that I don't think so. Obi I can say he was not part of the problems, right? I record me jitum say and you know nim papa inum say he's made certain decisions in the past that are contributed to the problems that we have now. Then Mami Musa wo him being part of the problem and the solutions that he's presented, and which one is bigger? Is it the problems that he's been part of? No, now who say bigger? And I said solutions now here bigger.
And no, I can say, you see, it depends on the approach you came telling us these speeches. You came with like I said, I'm try to solve this problem. They are doing useless as a you should tell me say going down this an up escalator. But that escalator coming down, you created that escalator to come down. Okay. What is there?
I see.
It's you see integrity.
Okay. Now, is there anyone presenting solutions to our problems now? Who has not been part of the problem now? Is there anyone you can think of?
No, this part you see, Ashanti Gophers, it was our bed, our springboard. So I don't know. So this you particular guy came and messed the whole thing up, and then look, Makonta was an engineer or no a shaft engineer. Now he's a US working for the US government. Anka obetbe yusu adiokosu engineering ejino akwa anka ne anka washanti obuasi as I speak. Because of you, he's working for the US government now. What a mess. Oh, and now you got audacity to say, we know those problems, but it's not you, Sam Jonah, to come and preach us how to fix the Omano, because you messed up and went and did your own business, took the money, it's a Goldman Sachs, and I land and I your business. Okay, to capital fund, I manage it. Stay there, go to you see, you didn't even invest in Ghana. You went to South Africa. I mean, Papa, my main fancy here. Okay. This guy said,
Daniel.
You didn't even invest in Ghana. You employ Ghanaian workers. You go to South Africa and employ South Africans with the money you took from Goldman Sachs. Now you are back in Ghana making noise. I beg.
Daniel, also, why? Now, I'm say, Mama Bobo, Mramu quickly, and son Uncle Bodiaba. Why? Ain't Bobo? Quickly, why? Now Uncle Bodiaba snappy. Why?
Papa Smiley. I'm trying to control myself because we're on a radio. And sometimes when you lose your head, you start to speak nonsense. And then papa we know. I try as a very restricted one to say, because it might be okay because I see it and I feel it. Papa no chair idea we use and come on, no or management accountant. Oh, come on. Papa, that was 1998. Okay. Case studies are not AGC. A foot one papa you 2 year. Papa Smiley. This is Sambuna speaking. Come on. Look, Papa Smiley. Unim a foot on me friend. Se me twen yansa bi wo asena wo kan on. And they say, Achi, kona kokodi bone. Wodi bone wi ayeye. Oho to wa na obekọ odaka mu a. Na obeka say, oh, me bo bra we na nye ade we nye papa. Is that how we have to learn? Somebody who has been dishonest to the system, profiteering, run a system down. Is it something that Yensia? Because that is what I'm made to believe now. So you're taking the footstep of Sam Jonah. Okay, get your money, go and invest outside. Create unemployment situation in Ghana. Chaos. Ill-advised government. You lose the soul of our revenue system. You started offshore business. Then set up offshore companies. A man you're rich. A man could delay in drugs. You won't toy. A couple days about we could grieve. Yama Ghana. You be too a buying for. Papa, what a sure. Now, a channel. Because I have a platform, a public speech, a very state, or in private, once one make cultural. This man is not worth it. It's not worth it to say what he's saying.
Okay.
It's caused a crime against humanity in Ghana. It's done a lot of harm to us. Big harm.
Okay.
Papa, revolution time nanka. So shut up.
Yo, all right then. Bobo, also, yeah, but that's it. Maminte Bombardier. As you view, Sam Jonah and Sam Yemi, so no so at TB. Right after Mr. Uncle Body answer. Uncle Body, Yanko, Uncle Body. Mr. said, what him and Cadia Yanko, beautiful, Yanko and Sana Bombardia. Why? Yanko.
You, when you're my professor, you guy. You, Meso Kakra, I'm say, may can say, me wa ma sem bi say, before say, Ghana for you new idea. Menu no free fire so be say isu ni nyina de omaka no but me no mu nyina nya adwen to me no papa na sem no oh say yakoyet say ya na akoye say ye mpase ye beka mbi obesi because any ubisa question nice question the last one say it obi abeka asem na say dipa no o problem ma yam fani pa no na asem na na say because me won say Ghana for your problem I want say obi abeka asem na asem no correct aben say o say obi ba yi na say o ba say ne nsa ho ye han na your man na ye mu man no because ye kofa abofu kra ba ebi kra na omo so ho wo bebi asem no say ne bobo edikan ye ekirechire mu no eno na any pana any different asem bobo na kansa na what ana mai no mu ye dede
kabio mi ha de ubusa say kabio
de na me kire no say nipa na sam na o kan ye no it's yeah fine na ya jai nipa no personality ni takia yebetima ewie aka no so ne bra na se ba bi oye wo se papa na sam o kan ye na me no mi tietu mu ba ko ne se o si ade na ye government system no ni nyina akoye executive enti adenti no ko take ye no na satam no ebi ko ompe but executives na e man take side decision no eno ti no aba out oba beka sanse mu nyina e wa as gold ye no na apart from as gold in some no kra ye ka no papa ne some okan ni nyina as gold no ko no ka okan ya ye betumi de anya ho fa so ne some no okan ni mu ana and some okan ni nyina ye tia ye su ho ye ka ho na akwat se man candia no be koya enye nse kwa koye no e dia ya ti ha ya bohu dawuro every day ye nyina ye ka ohun na kwa koye say government system we na e wo mu no say unya eba out na ade no en favor government na no asoma na nkrofo na ye di wachi eti yenso ye ba be follow sa system nana yenso ye ba be follow sa system obi ade beto ho a ye benya ho na ye ade na asem na ode bae no ebe bo oman no ana asem mo oman no me yidie no no
okay
o say last na me kan say me nua dan ye say ye nyai e mani nyai politics no so wajai but once ye ka asem na ba bia eye yi no wotimi ba ebe kire Jonah ansem e kire no wo be ka kire ndi o si maja politics e ba sa ye ntimi mmoa oman no se ye ba se ye sa selective ayina comments ni say we dey ba meka bi we dey ba dey me say oman na nkonanim papa ni some obeka ye papa ko fo kra beka ho bi o say oh the same thing to say the German sam kan ya o adenti me problem is adenti na munum say crime and spy and I spy crime say Sam Jonah no aye boni na ne time no wo ye boni bi a wo ba aban mu hu say wo ye boni a ko na ko chi nipa no na o metua ho ka me problem no ye ntra ba bi nka say o ba be kan di o criticize me dey any amre bu ye we enu nti no Ghana for ma mo ade na o kan so legitimate ade na o kan dem pa say tia say asem na papa yi kan ye it's wadi boni bi da ko na kwache no kromo afo ye omo police fo ne ayi fo yi omo ton koke ebu o police ni bi ho ye be che no e wo ha na bi a waton waton koke ne che no by some police ni nso de amanfo ba court emi ageli wo mo enti enkonko yi san krofo na because of say nipa no wakodi boni Ghana yensem no because of say bia nipa no me ma di boni da me di boni no ma free me boni mu me ba ye na say me free prison kra me ba na e na me beto say wo wia de enti me chew say wa so ma see wia de o ampa say wo wia na ma chewa because of say ma ko prison dan enti no me wasam ne me ani yanka say wa ko wo free prison e ba enti no na sam na mfata yes I dey enti bi nko ye na ajamansa me say ajamansa ofachum ka no me for ofachum de no so 100% some na nipa nde ba eye no kre enye no kre Ghana no utimi kasa Ghana no generous no mo ye adwuma ma sa aban bi obeba so bia no ni generous wo ho ye adwuma ma no MPs ne tse de oka no MPs ne ye adwuma ma executives no en sabra oka na ye no kre na ye fa so a solutions no de aba ye se pe solution na papa ye ma ye bi ye betumi de abuya man no sien to be there fine oh nka ha de nka kan se yanka ye but ye kokko fa ne de dia se wonim so problem bi a report no me yanche no report no ne fa no court all ajaman sa wa ban ne wa ban ni wo si atonton no ma so obata bia ba beka adenti na won kokko chi sankrofo eti because of say ko photo on border phone nti no say atame saba na say oye border phone mane nye makofo enka ho ana say me nye yanka kofo de na oton ye na no e ba sa ye ntimi nko yanim ye hunu se ade na solution na nipa nde ba ye e be bo man no ye fa se mo na de a ne hu wa ye boni bi na se boni no se ne mo am kan profo se crime does not expire no ye nkochi no enti sa de na ye soma mama soma se communicators ni bi to say ayi for serial chorus na mo so mo ba attack because some no de ba na papa se mo problem on ho amoni ni problem no na asem na ode ba ya ne ye hunu se nye asem na mmoa oman na dia ye hu se o na asem na oba ya ne kra no ye fa enye ye medema no asi obi nto so.
Alright, thank you very much. Uncle Body and so dear I don't know. Mr. Kwaku Eduardo, Mr. Kaba. Or say brilliant submission by Mr. Body. I wholeheartedly understand and support him to the latter. He has so far made the best presentation today. Kudos. You see, and we are expressing concerns about Ura Sam Jonah, his role will play in our problems. No, I can understand when I stand in the side that I can one way or the understand, feel your frustrations. In fact, sometimes obi wɔ hɔ nom a you may fully be in the awareness sɛ ɔka ho bi ana ɔhaw bi a wo go through no ayɛ dɛ bɛyɛ aba. But that same person could be offering you solutions to or how now what go through no when you focus on the things the person has put you through when that anger, that pain, all the emotions going through it may block you from listening to that person, and that energy that you need to possibly channel into listening and understanding the solution the person may be offering you. You may divide that energy, one on focusing on the person as part of the solution, and just a little bit on the solutions itself. Well, I would say me ameti kura no possibly because me ni abem wa wutie one way or the other no metima ka say obi a nyina no, we all have been part of the problems you go through. It's true, say depending on the corner no problem or being part of the problem no ɛsen bi deɛ no cray but is a person no two ways about that. Say Akufo-Addo mpo anane say ofiri aban mu na daachi bi no ba na be cancel bi a say wa hwe ni ye na okoka say Akufo-Addo ohwe Akufo-Addo as an individual na ohwe no na mamu ne nneɛma bi ɔyɛ ya ahwɛ ne ya sɛdeɛ ɔka kyerɛ samdwo na ɔbɛka kyerɛ ne sɛ ɔnyɛ deɛ bɛ ɔno nso febo din ɔnyɛ din but yɛhu ne sɛ solution ana yɛafɛfɛ solution ana yɛafɛfɛ sɛ onua no sɛdeɛ uncle Bodi ka no sɛ biribi ana wayɛ ɛne yɛhwɛ sɛ mmara no still no ɛbɛtumi akye na yɛn campaigning for that ne yɛnkyɛ no na mmom ɛme yɛnka sɛ wɔn shut up wɔn shut up deɛ I don't think it is the best approach for us to getting the solutions that we want as a nation. Pombadia homanato inti mamintie fire kakransa fire we fire yanko fire
baba anybody why are papa me some you know say na me not because appointing host the government failure no. Most people are not cry because some donor is speaking that the economy is not attractive. You can see it. We have to differentiate between an entrepreneur and an investor. No investor invests in his country because you're patriotic. No investor do that. Now, so Twitter, we Ghana for Google, we Ghana for. They go where it's attractive. That's an investor. An entrepreneur, you have started. You create something in your own environment because you don't have that international power. Okay. International can not go through Bobo and others know very well that hedging is a management principle. It can go right or wrong. Hedging and so what? The same Sam Jonah. Onona Kufuor and Boche or Ghana Airways was say 1, 2, 3 are corrupt. I'm not going to be part. He resigned. Sam Jonah was the only Ghanaian offered a presidential strut in Ghana. He rejected it. And that's when. Oh, look at the solution that man have given us. Over the years. Anke say, Yempono, Yesum, now I can say, I am a country lawyer say, it's because we don't charge you so much. You don't appreciate us. Because as soon as Sam Jonah can for tape, my can because me what 250, 150 pounds, my father sir. And can buy him for a castle fire me drink on the whole day. A drobian coffee, because this is what I have been telling you every day for the past 8 years. And I'm about to tougher. Inti yeko kwa pesa pa no me hwe man for comment am say is because somebody promised us creating a noble environment, and I say no what my indicators no he was using indicators. Inti they want us to turn the story and then go and blame Sam Jonah, who will tell me that hedge fund or always will go positive. Who will tell that? Which economist or accountant can say that? Those that invest, they are those who make mistakes. Go and read it. So if you fear, internal management is ability to take risk. Anyone who is going to management is taking risk. Now, what's small, especially my women. Especially my Mr. Women. Oh, now, say back is you have taken a risk. And I say you will enjoy. Who's also taking risk? You can't go into management. We have to applaud such people. Now, me say I have to differentiate myself from others. Why say all this power? No one I elite. That's what I'm talking about. Sanka Sampa we know, and can you say late? Because no government can touch Samdona in Ghana. And I was expecting in his speech to acknowledge people like Manasseh. Manasseh last week. Now Gabi about Takeno. Culture of silence. Any Drusuno. Obia says Obehu anything against the corruption and deception of a Kamasimbia. You be UF word. Is that not culture of silence?
You fire. Home is so what's it? Home is so. Thank you very much.
I find it very difficult. They want all of us to go and support the bad thing that governments over the years are doing. Anything I make of choice, we need a direction. And 3 topics here, a solution about Mr. My emphasis this year about our direction in government, how we can have a new executive. I been a parliament, a yet different from the executive. You been a judiciary, as some call what if you know him, Yansa, say, saying, I said the two. Well, how are we going to do it? Structure and system, no, I can. Moment, young for yes, detailed. Yan the detail. Or my point line, young for when I'm uncle, yan the detail about why mine. Because case to be called Supreme Court, I'm a small AB.
Yeah, snappy. Why, Mr. Why?
Case to be called Supreme Court of Ghana. It's about Ghanaians who have dual citizenship. Now, the Attorney General, or say Ghana any dual citizenship. Now, so be Ghana minister. Now, assembly between country no higher dual or say Nigeria. What decision he will take? We best support Nigeria for now, best support Ghana for. And this is what the council or a different can or say. Since me a student, my be lawyer, my be penny me who foreigner what cause some mess in our country than those who think they are indigenous. No, because cool we want a no a dual citizen. Go and read that case. Well, inti a time has come. No, I who said no. Those 2 parties, I'm not helping no. Papa Smile may serve again. Let's go into some donor solutions because we have said this over. And I'm over to Americano because me fire Miniska. Menso inquire me that person who says here. Into somebody who have got it and now have come out of this solution. Let's discuss it. There be a metoa your per solution. About Yanfa Honam and to interbeya from next week, set the ball rolling. Obiaba what is the solution as direction that we need a new government that will help our country?
All right, thank you very much. Over go for you. About you. You too. You, my Daniel, 2 minutes. Daniel for 2 minutes. Or say, my account, so I type will be a honor there, but my Daniel, 2 minutes. Over go fee. Daniel, maybe why? Over go fee. Him said, yes, still, I know we are all over the place, right? Kakrabe na besa kebi.
Oh, asempetia. Asempa etia. Oh, debia makase. Most Ghanaians are genetically congenital liars. We have been crying, koka. When one by way yet, you see MPP yet, NDC yet, and they are the 2 big organizations. And now, say ya can't say constitutional year, Jumano, and ye papa. Ya can't. Yancy Sando, it will be answer Sano. Yes, Rollins in a year, once Sano, Kofo by 8 years, once Sano, President Mills, a year BBQ to a B, and they will be the from Hama and Yefi, a Kufalo so till now. 1 year, 1 fee. Oh, they are all liars because they are reaping the benefits as Graciana, a woman. And as they say, Papa, Sam Jonah and the other two them say your governance structure, and yet there's too much power concentrated in the executive, which is true. Me won't need pay bebrebe ya kasa semi the bia kan. Papa idi abase yense sano. Papa so sabi owusika what he rubs shoulders with the people in the corridors of power. Me no me there ye wo former dede ayi na mpedifo ntie. Papa we de waka no bi gidi tumpa se nipa ne international bodies United Nations fo nyina ebetie. I didn't see the embassy ye fa assembly the message the fa nya adwuma. See am fa nya adwuma there ye ka there. That is we are also being we are also being liars. Dede ayi ka se ye change bia change solution papa idi abey. Me I support change abey nyina educational system complete overhaul. Yes. In discipline in society, which is true. Ghana, there's no. I didn't think it's difficult for people to accept, embrace these messages. Why? Time is money. Near spending your time, to bash the messenger. Maybe feel a bit the time, I want to concentrate all my efforts and time to embrace the message. Because message, I've been preaching, calling for it, for a change in a failure. But me obia, me didn't move bonwa. Yet you between affecting the change. The message is good. The message will help us. It will help the next generation. And the message, yeah. Namo me time on somebody me could deep upon that term there. Actually, ye me ne kro ye we are papa no tiasia. Say dem ko for can crime any expiry date. We did 90 years by between actually. Okay. Me mama classic example be at the end of the Second World War. Yeah, Adolf Hitler then crofo nyina dwan no. German for it take time. America for mo musika, wo musiesie Germany wo man ni nyina. And nani ne be pimne. Institute to be or Israel. A friend said Winston Institute. They are constantly searching for Nazi criminals. Ebinimu Jane Cotran, South America, the most famous one, near friend Adolf Eichmann. Womo Cotino 1960, Buenos Aires, from 1945 to 1960. And you be dinasem, yes, smuggle, a dinasem Israel, and you hang And then Israel for they are still hunting some of the Nazi Adolf Hitler and Crawford be a here. But meanwhile, one more putu the Oman ye Oman German Oman aye. Germany is the strongest economy in Europe. Woman can say yes, spend the tab in the Akutini up Adolf Hitler and Crawford. A bit America the actually. You people wanted to spend our time passing Sam Jonah. Let's a message the pa yet or Bangana near Twakre, Bislemo. And no dear minimum yardrin extra can. Mumma yam fat message, because we are made a meme sap and some papa can make my can. The Jamisika so into me can. Penifua one was woman tea, papa de one woman yan and rubber shoulders. United Nations in our Casa Obuti. Mummy me feel said message, kind in a bebois of my Ghana. Ama atimi resonate akọ nkola di 20-30 years unemployed graduates the message is powerful, the message is good, and the man has been bold, he has been honest. I will appeal to people to embrace the message. Na ko ka ye di papa na tem no before say here mummy enye de German for ye no ye titire oman ni wi a emre bebre ho a de beti akiri apɛ Sam Jonah what Johannesburg cry kwa kofa na ba. That is what I'm telling, and this is historical. Israel for no woman to tell man we and San Eko China Cope, Adolf Hitler for na Nazi for no Janeno. So that can we all do the same? Yes.
All right.
Let's try.
Obagofi ya te unso approach no o se enke ye nyoma ni ye omani wi a omana ye no na sa omani ye yo na ye wo no judiciary ye adwuma correct ye wi a na ye de akofa Sam Jonah whatever the case
may
be.
Yes, or Johannesburg kwani akofa na ba. But in 90 years go about it na say.
Enkofa na mra
I don't know why this is so difficult for some people.
Ofakofi ye be do ase na ade ba ko enwo enso ne say so what you may do and some papa you can ya can over and over and over again into no me say I say and ya the fufuro sana e ba ne sana you tend to focus more on the person now what can system now who person scrutinizing now fine you know hey baby I will be a no if I try to just move from where I am to that side well, maybe they the drone crown and yeah, me who so many size. I can just imagine how people are feeling. Come up. Daniel, young kwe kakakra na mko jako sibu acheso.
Papa Mamenka Kakrebi. Oh my goodness. I don't know the argument people are making on this platform and Navy. I'm shocked. Listen to yourself speaking.
Just say yours. Why?
Why? Listen to yourself making an argument. Some way so if say yaka on this platform and I gonna for then we know this. Why is he coming to tell us then? That's the argument. It's funny. If Sagana, we know say the president, we all know say the president is appointing about 5,000 positions when he comes to power. We know this. And that's what we are fighting for. But this time around, we are saying, the person complaining, caused that problem. He should allow us to complain and fix it. That is what Yaka trying to fix it. And look, and people say, we are not saying why that decision he took was a criminal offense. He did 50 years to cry. South Africa. That is not our argument. He not our point so taking those decisions for the country Ghana. But main point in it said he knew those decisions why Ghana, but he took them to cost us that mess. Listen to the argument very well. It is different from say why you criminal. And I said what he did was criminal or to Ashanti Grove is no. We are not saying that. Listen to the argument. The argument and say the decision he took, he knew as an expert. Say go, say Papa, we name that we name the details of that hedging. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, the hedging. Let me tell you what happened. Bank of England. Look, they didn't even sell the gold. Listen carefully here. Bad news is that Bank of England is coming to sell about a certain ton of gold in the market. News. Then the gold prices started to come down. And I know why sometimes they put out there in the media to make sure prices come down. And you being an expert, you took, and I'm going to catch you say, Dan, the way Bank of England has announced this, gold price number form. So let's hedge. Now Goldman Sachs is telling you, let's hedge. If you hedge Routinto in Australia, I hope Goldman Sachs will come for Ashanti Goldfields. South African company is owned by Routinto in Australia. And these two groups want to come to Ghana. And taking advice from Professor Goldman Sachs, you should have told exactly clever say, my enemies, advice not catch them saying, my enemies are coming to pound on me in Ghana. So I won't take that decision. I will hedge because the Bank of England is selling power. Listen to the tree American. Almost selling you. So almost sell gold nukrana. It will go up. Let's look. The hedging should have come in at all. You only do the hedging when you know there's a reason behind your accepting that decision. Okay? On your bonnie, we are not saying so your bonnie. But he knew. I was there. I went to a company called Northern Rose in 2003. That's why I am passionate about this particular issue. Say me call Northern Rose. I will Liverpool Street and I go there 10 o'clock. Now, my office be me who say Ghana flag is seat table so. Then I went inside. As a Ghanaian, I became curious. Now who say on the table, they said you drop bullet points of how to capture Ashanti Goldfields and to influence our Ghanaian officials. I have the documents here in my house. When I'm catching, I photocopied them, and that's why I'm passionate. Was a plan they hedged, how they're going to do Ashanti Goldfields so that they can go and buy Ashanti Goldfields. Me, I have the document. I have said this on this platform before. And me expert nukra no that news na Bank of England kasa omo beton gold no Quran was a fake, just to bring prices down so that it will influence Goldman Sachs to advise friends. Oh, Sam Jonah to accept say yeah hedge. You shouldn't have hedged. That's my point. My point in here. And yeah, man, on me. Look, I'm not doing politics here. I've told you, so I'm not doing this particular shit. Once I'm not even mentioning government. People mentioning the government. I'm not doing that here. I am telling you the facts. I have the documents in my house as I speak now. Bullet point: how to make sure Ashanti Gold Fields is sold to Rio Tinto in Australia, which is owned by the Jewish family in America, the Federal Bank of US. That is what got me interested in starting digging who that Rio Tinto is and federal government, and I started from there. So if you don't know the details and can say hedging is done. Hedging is done in which way? Huh? Obi stamina nyina tontos. Na intos ni ba ko e ba be tu for say untos nteto so better so. Will you do that?
Yo, Daniel, homesu wati, numusio kakra, wati, numusio kakra. Fire yeah, the 1 minute meja ayakosi bu achi so otwen. Why?
Daniel, why you see up there? By answer nyankoda, o say we ja politics, we are doing politics. Forget about that. Sam Jonah was not a cabinet minister. AstraZeneca says you are a vaccine. Nanka America company, on some American last month. America company better because some of them vaccine. And now France now or recommending my government say, Mama Monton, a time will come. It won't be weapon, a biological. Say, they become on a man far or no as the CEO. No, what can you do? Into me, how you want to blame Sam Jonah? Go and look at those who approve it in cabinet, and don't tell me say me are wrong about hedging. Hedging now can actually use just hedging, and hedging can be this or that. So why? Whoever I can say, why your fault? How can you blame him? Was he a cabinet minister? Was he president? Or so let's assume say or recommending for my government say, Omunya cabinet no more you. What are you talking about? Because as a CEO of a company, over our shares and those things, he cannot take that decision without cabinet approval. Go and check the document. As someone can, many of commend the SI debate over the years. No, I'm doing I'm poor bad or recommending my government in a government energy minister was it he was misled. Can the minister take a decision without cabinet approval? What are you trying to teach? You have resumed politics. Resume it. Nobody will back you. And I support Uncle Boyd, what he said. If you baby and a major politics, if you baby and you resume. You can't do that to us.
Okay. All right. Mom, me am calling so personal. Mom, ya address issues na yeah. Why? Address issues in the camera. I go see what Bamaso.
Papa, I drink it. I want you the Papa.
Welcome.
I'm going to. Now, Papa, we are saying more working. Say, you cry, yeah, to Musa Wakas and Pebia Papa. That is saying now, we are not Ghanaians. Issues discussing. We don't know what we're talking about. Papa, we are saying, yeah, Yanni say, Coco video free room. No best ever catch a coco, who poma. Now, real whopper. Also, and that's what we are attacking the personality. The first thing is if this man is to do restitution to opposite township. And some of the cats are put to some way actually. Why are we arguing about it? So, yeah, Sam John and Indiana. We are doing the Magumella for what? Mama, someone who right, baby corporate and also so and so. Come forward. Excuse me to say, Banana Papa was still go money corporation. We know their history. Papa, I don't know. And that's why we are attacking the issues in the other. But we don't know if we know we are rotting. I don't know how no one country like Kufuor one buying. The young culture of silence. Be bold. Who was one year? Kasi Papa name. Everything the people want to run is advice or never run is the CNE. Now, because I don't mention Kanoboa. I'm here to say go money in every Now be travel be catch. Eti that no two Rollins for no. No need say executive power. Akufa the court is he even talk about that issue. I don't know, Papa will buy, Papa, constitution reforms, what me find here, Juma. Oh, young man, no see a tear, we see a bontic as a Charlie constitution, and yet the route map on the edge, man, and yet you can't free some John and see Yanyabre. Yanyabre is a walk come for. What you say, all your company, come so. You have the fund and buy it yourself. Now, for the continent South Africa, now, but to catch it. Now, I think Rollins is anyone to Asukranka. This week, I want to Mrs. Papa, so to me, Enya Kukudro. Don't cast a mayor boss for, and no be discussed. To me, corporate no to your royalties, no essay. I didn't know man the workers were bought. I know what big to post and Yamia or Dumro Boakokra. That's after Jimmy Bessia, Cocovidia, or catch the gun of force. Yeah, I think solution Papa this guy gave us. And also I got a culture of talent. So have to be and normal walk and be and carry that. Papa smile we host here. Assemble for power and some Jonah Kaya. Sabi I can do for young can already we super. Or is it because coming from him? If you don't need the why you know. And
I see.
So what the Bonia? By a chance, by a chance, and turn over careful. Yes, to executive. Executive branch why Yafa Britain fa, Yafa America fa. Meaning the rule of law. Is it the rule of law working in our country? We're talking about it. Yet to Kroma, you buy a Nimraso. Yadim Minister says, Yansi Wamuntu. Obika se continue to your quadru and continue to Pennyben action at two. Moamun Kano Crow. I did Abu Muse, Mrs. Mammy Auntie and Wangu. I'm from Modern Chaswa, and you already know. You never, yeah. Because they know it. They will do it, Papa. It's just a beer. Yes, their solutions are there. Constitution in here. To change it.
Okay.
At time of the reforms, over the most best $5 million. Yeah. Papa, me cry the been a bobo kind. I thought that all kind of some area was on, Papa. We know all the solutions to our problems. Something like Alam say, we know how to resolve it. Munyan can try him for Nisa, him for Munjan Sassini, Toma Chinese before no.
Okay.
Nechi Chipicum, Papa. Those are the solutions, but they are not ready for it. It's a bad kind. Not for me too.
And I watch me, Bo. As a Mr. Koku Eduardo, or Fanny said the old Bible in Pepper. Or say, said the amount for Casse Sam Jonah or Yedi. Or say, I don't know. Should are you saying that we shouldn't listen to Sam Jonah's advice because of his past? Wasn't Paul a known maybe I mean kind of last one or say wasn't Paul a known persecutor of the Christians? Asama uncle Mr. Koku Eduardo canon.
And what the Mr. Sofu Eduardo said, didn't Paul reform? Didn't Paul change? Paul changed by living an exemplary life. I didn't quite to her. Is a papa when you position or war, one could not go through for any because of the culture of silence. It was there when you advising Kwame Nkrumah. Rollins wasn't where Papa or we are Dubois. And Dubois was the Satan. Now, Dubois was the person who brought the Kosi, Sata Kosi Praco Kuba, Communion, Kuala, Yeditra, La Bonimo, and you did the one after cream, a coy. And Abenya, only meaning Papa, but the first said the I know. You can't say into you because me are some more kind and already are discussing that. I mean, someone TV that they are not just a control phone on that. One got some kind of politics. As some man, Papa, we can the executive powers he talk about, don't you guys know? Ojahine company to Muka, Obia Cambo, me can be in. What again? Your debt stock on your new session. We all know all these things. It won't consider an animal Paul can see Christopher for an animal P. Some of what's what we have Peniado. Paul can see Christopher, and that's why I marry remorse. And who say, you're better not when I mean, say, only to me called Paul was sit your uncle, she would do Chicago Guabuche, and out to us and Yankupon say wakodi bibi na eso so adaye e Ghana hona when your chance be become we are papa and just mean because some more can already minimum that so how should I even bother now the free or no and America say bonnie for the can their own society who knew one power is no OBLP or one why don't you use that power as a corridor?
Okay.
Sit down with the two for Pokwari Muni Rotary for in some Namukra Ghana Masikano. So why don't you just body now but to the Satra Ramaya conversation now? To me the papa why because as some Kenyan and we all know if you guys don't know it yeah, then I don't see why we even be talking about this thing on the radio. That's talk.
Okay.
That's talk executive power in Canada. If you some done and into the engine I say you can be on Cassa and yes, I'm Jonah. Because I'm doing any power bet my down and half of because I say we actually. That is the reason why we are all angry.
Okay.
So, yes, that is why we are angry. Because when tomorrow was people up to your gold in United Continental South Africa, it will be the billboard power Britain, able to fulfill America Hamama. It means
okay.
Now what down? No, because naturally, Abraham say if the powers be, why don't you? Because the only thing America, if you have once who took out Africa countries in Ghana is far ahead. Now, some people near the Kumula can say, what do think? Echo chat, echo to Mutia Hua. Now what thinking? Baba, what do think? Echo to Mutia Hua. Now what thinking? And you say Mutia is buff. Now I can't say about some what thing. Okay. The papa will not say at the high. Yenino, so I been raise issues to another level for all of us. Say we being Ghanaians, we can tackle it. Fair be enough, but one here, one way. Baby a person or different, baby or can't say culture of silence, on sipping can, on for evidence, mra. Never Mukasa. Say, Tinam, who said, Nanka culture of silence and go with the Okata.
Okay, I see. Sebia, no, or ye, Abuakasia and 10 times into mention and to know bit Macasa.
And Nuntina make us a hold on a hypocrite in the one. That is where the hypocrisy comes. To be my dream, dear, and I would me tackle no personally say, hey, I could for the one buying with yet. But who's a journalist say, a bit to me, media that is say, some posts. We live in a way. Trump will buy no teaching immigration from Kuala Lumpur. Say, I just can't say immigration. Yes, who separate families, a been in Abu Bodi in Kuala Lumpur. Who evidence that you are able to, and that ginger Americans to go out and vote. Now, but now generalization are false statements. Culture of silence or one Hokasa.
Okay.
Because when you saw Casaria Yanishi, but be moved 21 while we have what Cassiano, go attack them, go for them. Rotary Club are now discussing most of the top business law in Ghana are members of the place. The Lions Club. So what raised the conversation? But did he give us any answer, solution? To me, he never gave any solutions. What were the detailed solutions he gave us? Nothing. So he never gave us okay, executive panel, I'll see him, I'll say a panel, and you council of state, you say you say no, and what IGP, member president, you need to do. Give us the details, Papa. Then we all support you. Say, Bema, what bones and why are they?
You.
Oh, that's all the Tony Brown. And the Papa, can't I need the media to me, need the beer, a bin and TB that say fish or some drone and idea. Now, Sabi Unim Obi, a chinin, no maybe a wire or na brabum. Say, Chia, send Chia, now we're him down no man out when you're the near who pay. I want a home. Of young who be a bossy crook a share that way. A dear potty pan a papa, no, then it's a bit in a book. So I deal with pan and Machimaya man, no, bossy for one tom where they kind. Upako Boni being of what it is here, I'll bet you, Africa. That's my making me boss of a party machine. It's so sad. na nese be wa be gina ho dane wo ho be si so timi pata Ghana for said my deep on yet ya mumre bi abesen kwa so be it we will understand what he's saying.
Okay.
Even now say Paul ye we no ba Christopher mu no omun who say yes he live a life ma ko death ya di nyina mum say yes who live a exemplary life obi who say what is who na say wan nye bibia me ehu na next step obobo kan o ko nkokra bomu na afa ye me say me nyini ko bi e da afa hu aya na wunya ti mo bro kakra sa na tie.
Okay. All right then.
So we haven't the papa me dance so mama konye na nye say bia Sam Jonah nobody back and I make say me di full be beginning this day service kokohwedie ofiri room no be catcher akoko say ne hu ofia na ne ho pon they are of the same clan with us.
All right, thank you very much Eja Kwasibuachi and Motene Kano Bombardier Otimenka omute ho Kabi answer na call abi yes Bombardier so ho here
me chawo na wonso
na me adom me ho pa why
meche Eja Chuma Eja Mensa Eja say abi fire chief Eja Kwasibu na abe Daniel munyina nana mechem nya na nua kwabna egmod mechano papa se makase Ghana sem dia se FIFA ranking no we dey ba na we dey ba enka na backbone na yekan ho asem na we na papa Jasco na ekoya na ene mu na kokon so asem aba na ye Dr. Kofi Amwa ene dinka edin dey ba ye em se yentie no kwa dey on dey ne so se aban se Ghana with that ADD, only Ghana with that debt. Because a KM now woka Ghana with that aid, no, now sorry, na what done the panhandler said the American Nebekan, Ukuto Chensing. Na South Korea, from the Kakramra, na can operate and I'm not or Frank or former for a finance in India, they be no serious. Name no, Ukas Ghana with that debt, dear. Now why is serious? Oh, any a cadia. Yeah, a bit more bokaya no maybe name mum yes a kabia sorry ya no what do chance yakoje and you become a slave to the creditor. Papa say Marka Sam Jonah was some Sean Jonah na BBA no bit much that's chemistry a chemical equation no also balance equation no now who said the woman and I said yeah magnet no you will not phone south pole if you can we are light post maybe a very on light post no na attractive enti sama something na eka no e bi kwati also papa didn't na basa say obu o ka asem kra na da bi si ti eni abusa asem na o kan pa em say perfect adenti na basa obu nso dia onya yes abrantie na baba we kasa ho no obi kra obi dimlika de mbesem kutie no ene wo se hu se personality, character, and a first impression. Account Adentina. Papa Gasson is no send a share can't drama me boy. We say answer na can't drama your talking point name of first one. No, don't too many your 1 year over day. So I didn't only any so be a can't drama. I didn't ya. That talking point is where you will bufo ubeti gun 9 it is 8 to 9 be bono I say 1 hour night I say be 7 days name we nya pompe ye no go yi no bia ko na konya or train talk I can drama say ye obra say ye also does you say you kwhwemu na je obeti papa asama Sam Jonah bekin when they make say my friends bitter sweet enyu na ede akose wenya brebo kakra emo de na bonyu no so adentia and the FBB first impression no me to send the bi kasa on the umunti adentia because o share Sam Jonah nanka enka ne on na da enka ne Ashanti go face me nka ash go do ya na Ashanti go ne fen Ashanti go face papa on na Ghana ni a onda no na yenim de ba ya say god no say de okres oba wa na say na no ne wom na yemre nti ontwen kakra na ya na eja omoton ya ono so de so oje na we kese so yi bie di kama na eja ono so de kwati Jonah capital e South Africa na ngofofo for be fire mo fan ash gold na ye Ashanti go ne name a na say kwam so de to kakra say ade no kra na say gold na yemre and the man gold na yemre nti omo so pe incentives ni tax forgiveness and sana man na bansa dem mama saba different eti na go for oh boss ni oti was no sanjo na we no na na ma ye adwuma wo so ase wako kan mrofo hu ama ye gu adwuma na ma se de wo ska because say yes shakra no say wo pe say obi aga ni so ska nipa billionaire na sanjo na de ni dinas akoy say toilet paper ye di twi ana broja ye di se bi ye di paper eto no na wa ye common name so peska ni a ni synonym ni sanjo na nenso say no waba back. And now no Bible more and can na brand friend Saul of Tarsus. So ye nyame adwuma nti no onti no maybe say e do say then the professor ye scholar Gamaliel okoje kata ono ju say oi wompo ni eku one Jesus Christ it wonam Damascus no na okoshia encounter Jesus Christ na the rest is history. And na nyakopo kacha Ananias say akwawe oni bibi na de wo hye bibi ne ne fra he kone ne kotene bonesu Ananias na nyakopo me nka se me kase we de ma me kwan na papa wote nka ne yakwe na se ye no ogugu nkopo se wo ye wadwuma nyakopo say Ananias minim sa na so akwawe obesofa for no more ye me yusu no e de nyumba minim de ntem ye sa afide Paul ko bebi na obi esuru Christopher kura na omo tutu omo pram David ye beji ye ehia for na akwawe de David ya tenenka enu bi na to Sam Jonah yo ebi in the 90s ni early 90s no eno mebi ye nti afide na bi ase bi o kanya asasem no obisi David na akokai no on se make no first impression account papa into your ba na wo kwahye se bi miniskirt na ebi o de befa ebi ka se bi na unya korabo ne enso ebi atade ebi o hye enti no ye je se bi wo ye se bi je tutu ni ebi na bi na wo ye oba papa ye betima ware na mu atade ebi o kwahye enti no fo bi e koye ni ahan mu bi nwe bi e ko hu enti no obi nso be hye clean atade esile nas kama ebi na o change Isabel na wakofa no it first impression account enti Sam Jonah no I yes better swim person me balance equation ni kakra na me hwe say bia acid na me the plus base na what kind of salt and water menya no na be say bia and as said I'm trying to do enti o say twaba no emre bia koye no oboa me egu as good Zibi na aden kwa be yi na odiska akoyi no wan fasika na so send me to said that Daniel ka wan fasika na tra Ghana na ka bi obetwa tax na wa employ ko focus equity there esika fo na diska kugu wonom na dachi mfaso bi ba ada say dachi bo be say oje adwuma na eje wakwaje wan fa metena e de say na say na no me offer se bi minim no e wo menhia ho ono so den de ba UK as far as offer so no me offer se no baba
Prince Koswente matching over by Jude Koso.
It was good the by UK and on so quite sensitive one person can antena Kumasi and your crony and Kofu be weekend with some to come Kumasiano or Muni Juma Abian called the buyer. It's sanity, but Yakin no yanka as some so kai and sway. Na KBO the events with the check with the and yes, we have forgotten what he did some years ago. Name Masamo Canison, a dear bit in the they be a mechanic who for wasem or buy see get his caso I won't preside over tax borrow and in the spending and no says or casacra na obia na obi krabufu ebi and some is say be enough and the home yaban who say say adia me catch my nyina na say me buburu ebi sisi de Ghana phone fan cheme say enye easy and nano mahama koka say nana do unye president but unye vice president no na woni say opache say mama na de obe president do bu nkofo nim tiase unye ne say bia na some kan na e ndokre won say ne say galamse aseme baye ono na papa mi de mi refi asemo 2017-18 na Akufo-Addo ka say ono ankasa ne yi no na konya na twa so as a compensation so it man fight against galamse in the city no or the castle na just say Ophelia or say no can resign papa wa faili and so does it was so it and nana do kasama na me hwe ni tutu miss akọ enye na kọ na ne ejini die na sisi di in some kind na ne action na dey empe na yesa na edi areho and no tell me penny phone nyina e from misleaders no cause o ka asem na he doesn't practice what they preach and ekobasa sisi di me anka say I'm ready to practice what I preach. Ebi na saa time no na born ya boy we obi akọ ne fie etie ntie and Ebia Hitler eda so tiasia na o say o Jew way say de masachira June ko tinya te he o ma la no krambe so no te Hitler no dwane ebia na sa means wonya sachira eno bi na to Paul no onto obray pa ansa na wo onya confidence among the Christian burden no eno mu nyina kabo mu eti na ebia na Sam Jonah say enka no ye Saul of Tarsus say do obey Paul yenti ni kakra ebia adwunju osumi okoda ye no at this age no ebia na a change biaba but we have to still follow him say obey consistent one no man or ye na enka ni Kofi Amasa no not or Western Union is anome ne was say there or ye no because okoye chairman of a kra no ye suspending Ghana Premier League ne ko futwa ban says kasem ne ye bia sabre omu nyina no omu hu se kasa ye kasa control de ye nyina ye di atem na no captain small say ade ba ko impinifo ne ngi ho ase di atem se so mu se di tem ya enta se so mu nyina na se de mu nya ju sachira obi mfetu mebo ye mfasi kan twitwa ne mu ya no de ye be kan kura no e wo wa wankasa na e wo akomo a obesacha wadwen enti mo ma ye hwe Sam Jonah asem waka nyina se de eja kwesi wachika ya kan ho asem na mum no se wo call blacksmith wo oguta na hama na baby adade no obo ho anes obo ho panes ehu yi ha no ho no de be bende no anvil no ha wo de be bende enya shape no enti no Kofi Amu abeka Sam Jonah so abeka so a asem waka nyina yaka waka koko ho asem yenim se threat ye mu bia ka be 2 weeks ni ye mamake osaka gold no asem gold no so non renewable utu a emi mebiem it in the next 40 years no what will be the state of gold industry in Ghana and also it's quite a dream. It is onye kana nyansa kra mu say oh wo de enva say nye Sam Jonah na kan ye wo de enva say Achibo mu na kan ade ye too good best almost 5 years ye too good ya from oboase say ye do kintampo gold in suru obi aba o say ade na ho dan ko from cause wakwa say oba time oba wo best 5-6 second na wan hwe wo bi mo bewu it yes I wouldn't why am 18 gold nsi no and na no amode yiba na gold nko sliders no kwa wow ne yema ayem slide no na lidi wotwa oil wotwa timber but yet me depend in the next 40 years no what will be the state if your gold industry na begu and ye benya bibia be imitate gold as say no obetumi enane yin kakra bia na ye hyenhye say gold na obetumi da come ba ape no obi na obebusa for 24 karat gold because you substitute obi you say oil osaka oil ho asem oil you so 2007 year ni ye hye too say ya mortgage ama China a ye de development say no oil ye talk about green energy say the me manage ho no e bi kwase yen ko solar ne no ma no force so they be actually taka America shale in industry no say na ka ye ya senka beso mo ye alternative na ko mo jai dependency on Saudi Arabia say me ka say United States and nanka on ye the largest importer of oil. So no obey the largest exporter of oil. And yes, the largest oil reserve. Because America GD said Egypt in ano ye no buy do mono. If you come by na Joseph Bay Prime Minister, sa America be ba obinso oil ne besa. Because someone say renewable. And nothing among the likes of United Arab Emirates no. O make come Emirates na be mo. Since no matter that diversify oil no since no tourism I be so because oil no e be ka Saudi Arabia oil no be ko from pandemic e buy na Saudi Arabia Aramco the most valuable company say lose so much sika ama kra no sika no swati who ama apple kra be to it nothing static it is say no you good no your problem oil your problem cocoa nso a na ye ko enye problem na China they be no medru and now some of history no Ecuador before 1911 Ecuador not the largest exporter of cocoa and Ghana yade any solely shoot kaka akate SC cocoa no and Ghana take over from 1911 for 70 years equals 1980 and Ghana so lose in position because ejabeto kwaye nimu and then ma come by no and Ivory Coast was take over obi nim the HSM and the Ivory Coast no defense and kana Ecuador and Ecuador hand ma Ghana and Ghana hand ma Ivory Coast yenim krovu for so yenim de bisa Ivory Coast say wona besi o say to kobe de besi o say farmers now ka say ye kodua coffee obi enim de besi e di say cocoa asama ba na we ka very serious. China for just a year 500 kilograms no omo ton no 3600 omo da kuma Belgium for omo test waters no China is one of the largest importers of cocoa. It is one who are no produce bin. So you can no produce 100,000 tons. Any 100,000 will be minus no. Ebeko 80, Ebeka Kanako 60, Ebedu maybe not negligible or pakra onje. No so didn't the echo. Wherever you take some Jonah Semino, baby obek to biano, a baby to be a proyum, baby obeka fan who biane, correct. Uchabona. Would dintia or chabot some Jonah? I say, and yes, who did not think I can out chabon, say any sentence or yeah, none no be a chimum. And then answers to be obese supporting now, obia, ye money the better for the doubt, say bia. And before this, you come in a discipline on them. And I hope said now, no, they are going to rethink, say, and then young as papa.
Why?
Papa.
Aha, okay. YNFC, why?
Papa.
YNFC.
Medicine, sir, and una sorry, papa. Some John assembly, yen fano, baby had better be ano, the papa and boniano, na asemo kaino. Yen shene fanny, the name of so could be one such dear papa, obebu crew, say be an anno asemo yen in and a mammy in Tidia. Yen chabons away a hypocrite to some extent. Slan or some kind of bit makers were a hypocrite, name on would yen share content, no. Na se bit me the juma, name fanny juma, say slan, ye betra bon dia, and ye napapa also, the obetra bon biano, on your bonnet, or dika. And
Yo, thank you very much, Prince the Bombardier, and Moten and Cana. I 24 radio, and I was a good one. Bama Sujumedi and Nature Gui. A Jumedia the bro free to Benada Ecosifiada. A Juada dear, Yana the HM Nibin, ya dear Siswama to refresh ourselves of what we've said in the past. And there, ya buy no, and common no. Ya boka kra fine na baby abi wie sisi ano ora Sam Jonah ensem a waka to hoche say abaya Sam kese all over Ghana said the midi kan no ensem na waka no enye ensem fofora sabi say enu ya no me wo bama so dwumedie enkan ye ya kan in diverse ways on several occasions. Yaka, no two ways about that. Na said the opening coffee, Chumberma a kind no. Say no, Ura Sam Jonah on a dear one way or the other. Say, baby, I would no, would you not do yaso into no cassa, ye debe, yet opening aka. But as to how we will take in some way no. Obia any baby are also a seminal emu free. Some people are looking at his past, and based on his past, they are making their decisions from there. Ebin so say, oh, yeah, I tell not doing dear name although in the past no hold the name and fast 7 sunya dear bay any juma ABC ne past no crowd there yan fan to baby name said that she be no so money ye ne say see as a crime on your bay and pro let's see a perceive a cushion more near the bay na and also yakwa cushion will be honest said you see a who a seminal effa hey bra never kept why bra never kept was 0208 1448 180 0044-208-144-8180. United States and Canada 315-636-4063 315-636-4063 and abefo Skype on A24 radio say Google Meet no and adade den nyina obaso eme bon koma Mr. the same link na Fabra na yemon komo kama ma me ko Uncle Bodi so Uncle Bodi wo ho dia Uncle Bodi
me wo how
wa sama jine kakra na ana ba bia ojina na ho na ojina
be de ba bia me jina de ntia me kan se ye hunu se nipa no se me masam ne se obi ye bone a me jina hai e bia benyam me ho fort bebre but me wo ba bi so a me ye good pa wo de me to ho na wo ka se wo forget sa normal no na wo hwe delivery na me de be ma na ahwa wo be bo nsem so ho wo de me kire no but wo ka se wo me ko pe nipa no ho na me de ntia na me cancer na ebi kura na nipa no bebre famadwen kosise bi a personal na say yi na me but say fa ne sa say medical ka you know me stress yi nyina e nuafo me pese be se bi a me take obi na se ma no tie obi e bi a say ne me si e fa no me hu ni say fight one cause but sometimes at the end be see her na yesen aka ni ye pe no na me say ye ka se ye pe ne say bi a obi a one ye wonye bone dakora na ebedin ye nya bi say ko ba say so bia so the solution ba ni e be kwa kofa na past nso a eno so ye ntimi enko cost na ye pese ye kono wo de me pese me kire no e honti na me gina ho na me ka no go to say the na papa yi kana e kire say sa culture of silence and anka bi sama sem
Adabi koso why koso
culture of silence ya ye kan yeah Africa ye problem no say Sam Jonah yeah me say that nim na yi ni history be pre oh but we ye nipa we ye panyini and as we ye titiri amanfo ntimi wo kura nyame ado wo business ni Ghana na waka say mbaba be go business oh eti ni ye board na body say nanado waban mu no emre bi etwa mu Lawrence aban mu na sa ade we wo ho ema amanfo kaseti ati se obo adu bu ahemudi no mo original enti waban mu no so de ekoso na nye naka but ono so ni problem de no no ye se ne Ghana for a problem no oya na ye de ni nyina de na kopom ni nyina ni aka ni nyina bo na efutu na de ote nchanse we ni nyina se sa na tie ye board na ka de no kire no oh bi ne ti se ye papa kofo be bisa evidence ade ekoso no ye nse hia evidence bi ye tu galam se ye nyina ni tua se ye tu garam se ni ye bisa evidence ye ku amesore ye nyina ni tua se ku amesore ya politi ni ye bisa evidence enti no man be bre ho a to me no ye hia evidence bi se edenti na wayomi owia Ghana sika we se akorakora nim wayomi edi ye se hia evidence bi se bi oh na yaka sa no ma no ema ne abetra abetwemu na Goldface ne no ma yaka se ye crofo yi kura ye dika aka ne se sa de ne kura na ye de ba Ghana no gold na o Ghana no kura se de o mbe 5% ene wo se ne ogu no no enye ena medika aka se obi ye bone a ye mpanish nipa no emi antwen an kopim se nipa no benya time opportunity but em se menu ada ne be kire mu se enye ade a ese bi e crime but the decision o take here na ha Ghana tie ho no so mete ase e ma no me na mi se bi a nipa na kire se why commit crime bi so commit crime bi ani apanish no na decision no oye no ni e dia ba ese o papa asem a okay ye fine but we mre bi ye say ni ya ka kire nipa no anim ni ya deal with decision na ana say ono suggestion no de ba ya sa mom na me madwene eye me
okay
na ntisa ye nya nipa otene a ono de ekese kura na ye nya bi esa so de ekoso na bekoso sa because say echena mahama ba baka say akufa do tam we o cannot refer ko back moment na o ye na na say ba umia na beba o can no refer ko akire ade no so for yesem o kan so ti wo no se ye mobosia but na obobosia eti mahama o say akufa do ba ye no culture of silence aba nyame adobo so aba ana ndisi for maba e de na moye afa ho oh efa garam se yi na me ne obi argument se garam se eno ma na ye ka no me no waba betumi afiri so me am yas asase wuru an waba betumi afiri so ba ma me address sa de we na me fama no si ma me nya garam se sa de ba ma me kon different way e ya ne the problem ni nyina akoso ahemfo no oh e won so me ne amanfo nya adwe ye the problem ni nyina akoso ahemfo no se ahemfo no mum na me yetu garam se but o hene wote ukrom apart from say bia sante hene betima akasa o hene wote ukrom pa ye de ade no tikrota na yi nyina ne sojafo ni nyina fra kra ne ye ba be hye kwaye ni matu woni tua untimi nka hwe wo kasa kra ba kasa kosi untimi misizi won so mo nwuram enti ahemfo ne de ese dini da omo so bati akikire omo sa gomachi we sa ye nkwase democracy we o se constitution na e twero ye no ye nyina ye di ho abobo no enti ahemfo no sometimes omo play part kakra omo betimi aka bi amobilize ma e bi a youth but ono hu say ya che ne nsa gu achi ne no so no oye nipa te say me no ohwa na say okon na enye ya no wagibi no akotra ho say yes you can't fight them join them no adwen no
okay
ti ayemfo no eya yesusu blame omo say ye pese blame ayemfo de blame ye nkase ho ye ne ayemfo ni nya one na ye try say anase ye mfo so say ye pushi say ye nye mra bi say krobia otimu no wo mpatamu no forest da ho no wo na hye wonsa wo na wo so tumi a wo hwe so say bribia je say aban ne no ka na wo ti ase say oman na anya ntum ana kuro na anya ntum a aban no so ni ho kwa say otimi de but say aban no wo tumi a wo say asase ne de ye mo de abatemu agudie de media e na agudie nso ba betu wo tun so obefa asase na ni e na de akọ say no wo ho de a ahemfo no menyi ni say tumi na ho bebri e momo.
Okay. Yo, ya bedo ase Uncle Bodi. Onso wasa kakra atoso fefe. Yema abi emre. Na abi enkabi. Ora abi omutu hum yanko bamaso. Rambo. Oh, sorry. Ora abi. Abi timenka. Say abi entimenka. Ami ko Patricia so ansa na maba abi eso. Oba Patricia. Oba Patricia. You to whom yanko. Aye.
Aba fa kwa say.
The other two new. So where dear.
Na me adomo, na dem network me.
Oh, yeah, but it's on Kakama still out.
Yeah, Mrs. Anna me join
yeah. Okay. Me sure so what ora some Jonah and some wa kan what ka kra me boy.
Some Jonah about
unti
about today.
Say his wama overview of our problems and a few solutions as to how we'll be able to go around such problems. But as always, and I say in many cases, so we'll be a kind of same na adwene obi ho a na yakọ archives mu na yakọ hwe wonse oniema bi a waye in the past na da abe for kakra fine obi ane said you see ehu no say ora samjono kasa no he made mention on several issues ranging from governance to our education, our judiciary, on corruption and many other things. So wouldn't he be I wouldn't be able
to. Papa, me, I don't know, but what I'm saying is, now problems and see enemy problems now.
Okay.
We know the problems. We are the problem. Any problem, but we are not solving it. Yeah, problem. No. Say we are not tackling our issues. Problem ni die obi enim akwala akra nra A+ yi ni o ma bi so to ho.
Yetio. I'm say odu wa no kan say on network ninja no. Anya akopie ba bia network ninja ankasa. Say de yento nka kra bio. Ti memo ahome so kakra. Ukura ba bia eho ni network ni gina mu a na ya to aso abi abi ha abi entimen kadia mame nko fire so mse na fire kora pese obusa abi ene yenko ati bama so
yeah drink what are you solving today?
Well, we played ora samjona tape no, right? And in fact I'm for the remarks and response, whatever it is. Into the kakra can come uncle.
His tape. Is he a tape or something?
Yeah. He made a presentation on City TV with an overview of our problems and a few solutions as well. If you haven't heard it there, I don't think you'll be able to comment so much on that. But as I said, said you know omudo views aba my boy have be our in some na bia untie so it's about 30 minutes long aboni nyina wa intini bia you get opportunity to listen to it later on and then express your views on that. Why?
Now Ghana web, man, go kind.
Well,
Go kind.
I read,
Ghana web.
I read something of what he said on Ghana web.
Mm-hmm.
But Sam Jonah was a darling boy or a darling man as far as Ghana was concerned. Personally, I heard about Sam Jonah in the early 80s. I think around 82, 83 there. And as I've told you people, I worked on a vacation job with Georg Brick and Tile. That company, one of Nkrumah's companies, part of the Georg group of companies. That company was located at the junction of Malam Junction. And that was the first time I heard about Sam Jonah. And our commercial manager then was Mr. Amuotu. I mean, I like the man a lot. He was our commercial manager at that Georg Brick and Tile. And when you go to this man, he's a very open-minded manager. I think he's one of the exceptional managers I've seen. He can talk to you, crack jokes, eat what you are eating with you. And this man always was, he used to tell me, look at where I am, in a factory full of smoke. My classmate was Sam Jonah. That was what Mr. Amutu used to tell us. Because at the time, Jonah was riding a white horse, in the role he was playing. But the point is this. When did Sam Jonah realize, because Sam Jonah was so favored that at some point I learned Rawlings was considering him to be a vice president. That was when Jonah was Jonah. And his job was enviable. But for the fact that Sam Jonah didn't know or didn't apply simple corporate social responsibility as far as Obuasi was concerned, it leaves a lot of questions. Do you understand? Because we expected that they would not only remove the goat, but they should have used the opportunity to make Obuasi an enviable city. Then the man rose up to the standard. There was a time I was walking through London. Everywhere on the underground, you see Sam Jonah's picture there. He was knighted. Everywhere in the underground. He's got a tribal mark like mine. I think on the right cheek or so. You don't understand? He was knighted here. So, I mean, he was really, really reached a point where we felt that, this man could have even, shared his experience, shared his knowledge to, build up budding managers or leaders. I think probably Monakwati served when he was there. Do you understand? Monakwati used to be one of the deputy finance ministers under Mahama's regime. Do you understand? And this man took his money, or took our money, and he went to stay in South Africa. The man is rich. About 3 years ago, his son died mysteriously. His son died in a hotel room. Mysteriously. We haven't heard anything so far. When I heard, because we discussed this thing on High Life Radio on Saturday, what I feel is if Sam Jonah has realized that, we need to change, or there's a need to change, the whole change in the landscape of Ghana implies that the people parading on both sides, NPP, NDC, have failed Ghana. So I feel some Jonah should, because he's got money. And the money he's got money because it was Ghana's, he wrote on, he had a free rider on Ghana's resources. So he should use that money to support maybe the young ones who are very vibrant, who are transformational I've seen the problems. He should use the money to support them, to overthrow these thieves parading as politicians, so that we get the transformation we need. Because even though we despise the fact that he had an opportunity, he didn't help everybody. I mean, he didn't help the country which prepared him to that level. In fact, sometimes it's so annoying, around 2000, 2002, that was when Ashanti Goldfields had those, they involved in this futures trade. The futures trade was gambling. Anytime you undertake a futures trade, you either lose or gain. That is why when you undertake a future trading activity, you have what we call margin deposit. You understand? The margin is that they know you gain or you lose. So the more you lose, the more money you have to pump in. Do you understand? And at the time, gold prices were rising, and the future trade was against gold prices falling. Do you understand? So Rawlings never understood that why is it that gold prices were rising and we are incurring losses? Because you played the lottery and you are losing. I think this is when they probably fell out or so. Do you understand? But I mean, this is what happens when, I think Chikata and so were all part of those things. Do you understand? Fire, this is why when we talk about, Chikata didn't choose to practice law. He chose to dabble in finance, simply because that was where he could make his money. Do you understand? And these financial instruments and derivatives, they are not for novices who just want to branch into something. Do you understand? So we're bent. And I think that is where some Jonah and these things came up. So the man has got a sort of mixed bag thing around him. But the positive I'll take from it is that if he feels that there is a need for change in the landscape in terms of the way we manage ourselves politically and so on, he should back some, new blood, new generation with experience, with his money, to give the transformation, he needs. Because we've all realized, including Akufo-Addo, all these empty barrels parading as gurus. Do you understand? Ken Ofori-Atta, I've never seen any finance minister who doesn't. Ken Ofori-Atta's role is like he's just doing fundraising. There's nothing finance about that man, or nothing. He's just doing fundraising, raising funds. He doesn't care how the funds are spent. Do you understand? You cannot compare what he's doing with Tekpe.
Okay.
I'm not a fan. Although let me finish. I'm not a fan of MDBO, but you cannot compare what Tekpe this man is doing with Tekpe. This man is just raising the funds and we chop. He's just raising the money, and anywhere he goes, doesn't care. So some Jonah has brought us some sort of mixed message, but he should spearhead the purpose of this message, so that we move forward. Okay. He has made a good observation, even though his track record is not something some of us, but at least he's brought some news he himself have to get involved to implement. Okay. Otherwise, it will be one of those noisy mates. So if this is a time he wants to pay back for enriching himself at the expense of all of us, we are waiting.
All right.
If you get things, rolling.
You, Abi, danke schön. Ebe do ase. Right, ebe do ase. Mami tie owa na champo na me ma big man achibobo. Ana bobo ra ho. Enti owa na champo kakra na me ko big man achibobo so. Ora champo, ba maso.
Papa Jenkesi, Papa net say.
Ah, ya me adom na so e.
Ah, me adom. Ah, de bibia boko.
Yo.
Yete won kase na ye nya agi se. Inu se abusuani nyina, omo nyina mo hoye. Yeah. Eche no mo platform so. Ni se fifi ne kasa ye.
Ah, fifi ne kasa ye.
Ujadi nam kro na mtese uja kasa o krom. Mo de menua uja oboja ne musa na so. We de no yusu bi de din. Bi de no yusu no bi se yusu bi de din tin wo boss ati ta.
Yako wine kakaka.
Yeah.
Kabi.
Baba. Nana watch US Michel. Oh, say Papa say platform the so ye do. Platform the so ye de. Say me hu say Ghana fo nia bre pa. Me hu say Ghana fo nia bre. Oh na Michel. Me bie tumu na mo obuso kan me bie tumu obuso kan. Na me mranti bi di mranti bi so tie bi. Boy na mo tie to stores na no. Mo tie to shops na no. As mo tie oja kakra because that time oja na e kasa. Na just say do we be na me low almost me ko off for hono. Okay.
Yeah.
Of what na ma say no boys ni discuss Ghana. Na just say boys no disappointment na me dem feel so mo ka kire me because say abuso kan area hono pa no. MP bi lusu ye. Sa no mo ka kire me so mo lusu. Sa MP no. Almost say MP ni NDC ni na nyaai. Sa no mo ka kire me nim de. Nti say no amanfo ne opanyin tutu de. Nkunya nyame anim say se basi ye sabe to aba ene ye a kase ye a me de minim se wan hwa akufo do wan hwa 3% kra wonya enam se amanfo buofu ba ne ntutu enye papa ne ntutu enye kra me hu mate se nuanom bi boachi ka de se uti se ho harimu ne ene wo yaw mu ene abufuo mu na o kasam jona ne oboase ne ndoma no sika bia amanfo wiewia Elijah society sa na fifi so kasa omo academy ti bia di but papa won say wa ba no wa beka na woni nam hono sa safo nyina o medi omani sika o medi omana bro won o medi omana bro o medi omani sika o mba no beka bi tuma no masa amachoko emre bien hono ma bechichi safo we do makoto akogina bia court na ye do makotu na ye set as example mo so mo set example bia na obia young person bia o shabrabo ase a ono no onya nya ataba bi no no so mo de sankofo no set example no mo safo no kodem na eya enema ekuro no oyaw ewo emaburu yasu enam se omo nyom omo ye no akwa se mpanifo no ma adwene se omo mo de bibie no ho no be attach omo wona me che no omama akosua polo sa wan news abe news omama se ya polo sa akosua polo news abe news na news na be news na kwa ye den wona me che yo nkofo me di o maniska wi o maniska dis osade na ayo mu yie ene o mani obusu nyina asafo no de ene papa yi bi papa ya so jono so wan won so ene pa so o anu kakraka oba be kasa o kasa wi o jasem na to me ne ye o platform so ye discussing asmo be kai no say ye papa o say nye papa no we wi o mani discada adin so ba be ka di o kan ye won krofo bebre wo man mu a o ma wi di o mani sika say politicians see so no mo kasa against asofofo politicians so mu wi o man no wo mo mu wi o man no wo mu so na mo so kasa ati asofofo ena ema o man enye yi asofofo so no e yo mo so ma no be dem to collection ma no mo agudie ni sika po yogu kromo anu na mo managing no mo ya mo blame na koma obi na che se bo se diversion o ma divert krona dwini nyina se wefo na enye papa na wefo do mo ye papa na krono enam se yesu ya dwini mo ha no ni a safety adwuna kodie the politicians na ekono ka no ye mobo papa boachi kan se bi se nyina ya nsori media me maka say parliament na wo 275 or 270 so mugu ono what is that parliament ye hwa ni yomu nyina afi okota mango ase waste of money Omukwa air conditioning 24/7, light 24/7. Omudidi free. Sa hon kwa akura no si eka e bo ho no mo no. Enya asem ketwa. President no so no yempa mi ada bi mani kwatim because wonye adwuma bia. Wonye adwuma bia. Ena oja kan na se fifi kan. Finance minister no. Ona me se no. Yempe papa mba chotie me.
Yeti pa wa na o de ni yeti wa.
Yemma me no table so mo ton body ni menkan ni nyadoa. Yempe bi si ba bi e ma no. Yemma ni ntina. Office ni free office so papa. Sankofo yi ana asiye kase di agro kase ni agro. E kro no se wona mu a e na ohun go no mo tiro mbe achedodo. Ache too much. E to bofo se ye na asiye ni nyansa hwe platform yi so. Hwe Boachi Bibi Obosonfo David Daniel friend say Elijah or Fortune what your Fortune Nana Mr. Mensa enkofo bibli platform so e be mentmenya bibi hwe adwuna nipa display e wa kontofo e chese Ghana fo no enye se bia de ekoso no yehu na eno ne chese ene sade ene wo mo di animu kan no wo mo di kona omudi nipa na bro because omu ye ni government no ye hu ye hu se esa eno we se ni di abro no mu mi so sa problem ema ekoni nyina ye nyina hu toy chese die ase obusufu na kan obusufu e kan se bi kire me se wo Supreme Court no die wonu die kon won din on now so that say Ghana Supreme Court bi or platform yi so e bi nyam na kan ye die but me kai bi bisa se asema obi kan ye no so when Jindi said Ghana Supreme Court, police for Juma so now soon say enkoye e pass na the police Juma enkoye because police no so we won mu ye Juma obon na politician ba be them e ti ade police ni be so ye no de bia no na is interrupted when am no the police will come in the ministers will come in na almost stop it omo ye no e ti omo so my imagine say the cases will be one police for omo fan court cases be a bomb anymore normal rubbish case normal deviation no adwo we nyina ma ekuro no enko nanim enti se the way ye kasa be nyina no sampanifu omuni enti se ni e wo se eja no se de ye bo ha no nyame adum se YouTube we bitumi se na no program yi ana de YouTube me so se edge go click no omu tie bi minim se enya ekura no betumi nya se betumi nya nipa be 50 listeners ebia from Ghana but only say they don't call into the program etino ayade bia signal na de ekọ na kakan no papa one day muti abruchi won what say Ghana ade bia si wo Ghana no je so anu enyi wo de hwe muti one day mo beti say bibia pa ja na edu sa time na nya say bia mabeka say bia because Nana Boachi Onua Boachi kan say I was here sorry. And no one walk as more kind of comes before us. I was here sorry. I was a gun of food, who said, man is one way, dear. And yet, any family men said, dear, young boy money for say, dear, yes, you had the Yambarama Twasso, lay a Twasso in the Senate, it was so. As a cobra kind, and as a cobra can be said of a tomb and a Ghana for Abro because that time Nana Ghana or more honor or man share. Situation in the end, but one stop this situation and and for real change Ghanaians. Ababa Besu, many cobra, and your platform is yes, see ye ma and so honorable. Ye bomb price that ye must remember can't me person one day. Mabako platform so that ye may be 80 years now. Nabia platform who honor me call na brand to catch them say, or one man you Jumayi. Monshe, man shan't tackle situation and interest say yes, we are breno. Signal be a kubiano, a bar who said, who's one who can't seven, one can say who can't seven, one who cobbled out you and look at seven. It is a second platforms won't be one can't seven and no man to mess send your money by one to that even Kaisas who can use to be Papa Manuas.
All right, thank you very much. Yadenka Kranka also, and she Yama Bubu Emra Bobo Yanko.
Yeah, was smiling. You bought a trotro.
Sa committed, yes. All right.
You that's why I'm going. Papa, MC Akasa. Na MC you should be shut up. MC was it I stand by the word, but also accepted of platforms into my jetum. Why? I take it back. But it also means going forward, no say, yeah, accept it. So what Nana Boa. What's the Papa? You were saying,
Febodi.
Power no do. And yet acceptable word to on somebody's opinion. Into what committee? Why? Sorry about that. About Smiley.
Yetio pa koso why yetio?
You know.
Papa Smiley. Who told you say Femodi is not a word you can use anywhere?
Let me. Oh. I didn't say it's not. Oh, I didn't say it's not a word you can use anywhere. Why someone asked you to talk? You didn't. Femodi.
Depends on the tone. The tone you use to say that way.
Yo, yati. Why now think? Yo, yati.
You can tell your small boy or small girl, Femodi.
Okay.
Maybe you are at a place where if he or she makes any noise, you are in danger.
Yo, yati. Why? I had a watch that you are not in danger until you won't even Femodi. Yeah. Why? I tell you.
They're empty barrels. I can tell them to keep quiet.
Oh, call me fear no catch them. You
It's not.
Abby, your final slots now no fan. I know I remember mouse will be.
No.
I said, no. And no. When I can't say who asked you to come in? Maybe yes, I baby you are be to fine. I Bobo Koso, why I'm so
okay. Is it a control my the control no? I say yeah, maintenance work. I mean control no. I say overall kakra.
We uncle I come meet you know what family and sa.
Papa, I almost say, Papa, let's learn to disagree. There are many ways we can disagree. There is a danger. Danger, I say, me fire back cancer. If I'm in Papa, baby, you never single one hero, no problem. Okay, ain't it? The fact that I may disagree or someone may disagree with you, no. The words we will use later, demeaning, devaluing that mindset of different opinion, but you ain't me. Me no nya adwen chese megimi. Enchese me yakwasia, enchese minim nyansa. Let's shape that opinion. Let superior argument win. Sometimes argument you over reflect on 5 days later, we say we cry opposition no cry no. Then you come back, you change, then you move on. Media, that's why I advocate Papa Smiley. On this Papa Samjuna Deno. There can be brave. I like Prince, they're not Prince Ekano. Paul or confessing the sin. Papa, it is one of the pillars of this house. Started 2014. Assembly kind. Yes, see. So be peto be di Ghana manswa. That's why you Bonibia. Acknowledge your mistake and tell us what you can do differently. This was a principle established on this platform. If we are running away from this principle, we should admit that okay, sanitary their condition radio person that time was wrong. Mimi can be, fireman can be, I can say this guy, Waiki, was strong advocate of this principle. Papa, be dear. You Ghana for freedom of speech. Nobody should make a mistake. Obia will come for Canada. In fact, I don't can be crazy. The Obian Canada. But the can say on this occasion, Nipana or Casano, on can't cross on Kawai bonnet, on Jane to Mukrasa Wai bonnet. Papa Smiley, Kajetia Cromfo, Yachino. No, Bioko Bonibi, conform to Boton on top cotton and son of Bonibi. How do you square this? Look, Papa Smiley, we your investment. She obiti Rabaumia. And okay, mammy to Keno Friata. Can announce a see you be at an adoma point to maybe. Not or yet, Juma, when your savings cacra. Na Ketchana, any pay or a strong influence or strong influence in government and government decision making. Unye Sikano, not Nisika.
on Fanto Ghana. What the call which it's the same like say Minister for Education or be implementing free SHS, not in the back or in the back of because if we come to the notion, say, Papa, there's what is right and there are some moral issues as well. An investor has to invest where he will make money or his money can attract profit. There's a second layer. The second layer, and they say, if you have a responsibility that controls and that makes things happen, you cannot run away from that system. In the era, what is influence in government, what influence in decision making that can make and break a system, decide to put his money somewhere. Others can agree, I would disagree. And yes, it's right. It's a right principle. Investment, like where there's profit, they will attract good place. But who are you? Who is speaking? What influence do you have? What control do you have that can change and make decisions? Yepa, edi be twa to. Se we panimu. Na se uhu nyansa, se nime bi wo ho. Ankoye, it's time to speak out. The best thing to do is to acknowledge the fact that you were once there, you made a mistake. And you don't want this mistake should happen. But this what you see is wrong, and this should be corrected in the system. The power are only problem.
All right.
Except over holier than thou. What I say? Look, as somebody who and just say, or government will say you. There are anti-government sentiments, and there are people who hate what is going on. The fact that Obi Bechenajeno, he may have a reason for expressing that opinion, but everybody cannot be anti-government. And Obisu also, he hate what is going in the system. He wants complete overhaul. Papa, that is his conviction. Obi person nanti atachidie. Obisu person nanti say we say Ferrari, no the we say. Papa, let's try to accommodate others' views.
Okay, all right, Momo.
The free argument will win.
You, thank you very much. Medwasipa. Ovagofi, your fan hour do. Ejachu. Ovagofi oh. Hey, there you say offer free. You. Yeah, offer jua home my why jua home. Ene mama Daniel, and fan hour dem bra. Daniel, yeko.
Papa, me that's it. Maybe Kaka me can say people are saying I want to do politics. Maybe I may mention political party behind name. So I'm talking about issue concerning Ghana and what happened where free so na Ghana was 15%. See 2 bars, gold bars, 100. Na Ghana was 15. Okay, free so what sad decision no take here no all corner na Ghana was 3 bars per 3% as you speak. What you say? So you brought it from 15 to 3, and this person, this who manage our resources to that extent, is telling us these are the solutions we need to do. Come on. He didn't even look, the resources not managing no yes, he cannot cry. He didn't even invest in Accra to set up maybe a bank or a hedge fund in Ghana, the first hedge fund in Ghana to build businesses. You went to South Africa and set up your businesses in London. Now, will I take advice from, and look, Agrada say, and will it take an advice from Agrada about Abejisem? No. So look, Oba, and I'm not all preaching even the gospel crank about and no the field. But Nefield was managing the economy of Ghana. He was the leader, the gateway to our economy. you messed it up, and you are coming to advise about how to fix the economy. And I didn't know these problems. Why you didn't know, say, the advice Goldman Sachs is giving you is wrong. Because after 6 months, the gold price will go up. After they sell, after Bank of Ghana sell that gold. You should have known, say, after 6 months or a year, it will go up. Why didn't you know that? And then when those problems are,
yo.
Yo.
Daniel, you're fancy art. You're ready to know. Why? You're fancy. Papa, yo. And that was what you that watch it.
Papa, no.
You.
We have about I need a master share for when I say.
Also for 2 minutes. Why? 2 minutes.
Papa, maybe. I mean, then you are phoning us to need to be arguing our chair. But in America, no way, say, though, there's nothing newer. NTV, baby, a free banner agitating the public. I saw I bring minimum crew, but hey, it's all well and good. The TN animals so apart. And as they enter the Ekano, but me the Americano. So, bet to my except Paul. Said the Bombardier super chiluma at Tiasiano. So, once I be super catoso or access restitution, I'm there, I believe in. Chrono, our boy, no. I'm good. That's a ultimate balance here. Balance here. That's what we're trying to talk about. I saw Mr. Rollins. On the Abacha Muman is 5 million. Obia was a Yoko Garena no dear, Sabina Fanny Crancy. And then I met him go schools. I can hear. On the man, at times when you sit back now, share. Send your papa mu be ya banjuma sacrifice here it me I can say papa for mu your bone be obia to omu chema omu no ya na bi mu so dia ya se fam and I be can you should use his fame na say be asa brain here kan obekọ ne kokora bom na so asesa dia efe on sesa no fanye bibi man chirima no na asesa ne nka edu because me what I believe say we are say Hitler Quran, I believe so. A papa pen. Then some said there be a bony day and a Holocaust. So no matter what people will say, no name some Jonah no. On yes, I did not. There be or can be a bit Quran. There's a marky be a catcher or Papa Ben no. Kokohidie, if you will, no be catcher as a cocoa bon. Let us say as some cassia for that's the Kusi so. So obedane afra maybe atuano so we are just waiting say papa no I mean say nisu maybe who knows say they be much church no this could be a change coming in a different angle and you know umi anko so any abobo na know say omutie because sometimes when we speaking with passion people feel it, they sense it. Okay, that you know on 24 radio.
Thank you very much. Eja kwesi buachi ana motene kana. Owa champion. So over 60 seconds bia fami enko. Why? Kalechi.
Yeah, P.
60 seconds here go. Why?
Yo papa. The 60 seconds the next akwa say mechi manu mu nyina say Ghana we say ejina biem. Ghana baby ejina sisia no ye engineer yi said intina nyina yi o wa hina asma wo kementi ase nyina yi said say enti American ne san ne say ye mpanyifo no omudi ya bro omo ma ye bredudo omo ma komodi we be ka say omo ma komodi say akomodi Ghana for because eduane bo edin too much and ejuma so a nipa ye no sika na nipa ja eje bosume no edi sika sika nipa je bosume ne sika yi muto eduane no no kunya mi nim say wo form ene nipa cross ense nye eduma wo hwe emrante ne maba wadudu egu abonte because eno wo mun kreti bie o mun kreti bi sika ho emo sika mo kreti bie ye ma wo sika na di kreti bibie ye ma wo sika wo kane na ne ye depend ye offer so ene ye se wa so se wo fa ne se wa so mu dwuno mo ire no mo ma ho ebeba impima said yes. It is say no said ya mubeji can say a goodie sika wo ho na de. Papa one you free SHS no come you betua o. Free SHS one henche be betua because say you promise here say me ntua water bill any light bill say ya me etua. It free SHS no be dollar or you mo me etua. What say dia you Papa, say I'm here to light bed, it say free, yeah. I'm a for the campaign, free, and that's why I do, and I do drink enough. It's not a bit of passion. Say free SHS, no. I will for Musa Sintia, and I'm saying, no, being queer. Number say, do honor. This year, I'm going to what didn't to my part for an hour parliament in any flags. Flags half house.
You,
I'm with you. Be able to sit. I'm away. And Papa, what do you come out?
Nkruma.
What did you order?
Did you who knew a bankuning Krumania? I'm a deep.
We did Messi here.
Yeah, very well. Say, oh, I know Champo. Yeah, very well. Say, you, and yet, fire. Quench the fire. Quench. I'm ready. Memo.
Naposo. Now,
yeah, snapping here.
University of Africa, be a normal management. You can never leave the principle of Sam Jonah. I'm out for him. Maybe you are penny be, but nobody. What a statement. Because government have won. Government, or by a Sam Jonah presentation, ditch the government. Into almost set in motion so that we discuss Sam Jonah. Not because they make I'm saying, go and read the records. Or be aware top management, be aware any good African university. Say, when it comes to management, as Sam Jonah principles. As Sam Jonah, Papa Smiley, AGC, from top management to middle level, about even engineers were whites, or a plumber, or engineer. Sam Jonah ban or sign. And even during his time, he was making profit. That's why, Azuma can say, don't call Professor Barnett. All these good things. Now, the Anna Ryan or Ryan in those days, people don't read. Yeah. Now, Ryan's person in the year vice president. He saw something different from that guy. Okay. Kufuor Baye, Gentleman Kufuor Sumano, board chairman. Oh, Ghana, he was the only Ghanaian young man in such position. I say, the people that are corrupt, when you are more, I will never continue and I'll resign here. This is the man we are talking about. And now the government has set an agenda. They want all of us to be trapped. And then now it's about discussing quality of Sam Jonah. Now, royalty is not the government, you know. The engine also find here Obuasi. Majatum, social responsibility, senior legal enforcement. Johannesburg, Miss Rao, a mining company no more and a government na ye. Oh, it's neither here nor there. On the Onwa Daniel Nebeka say, one year bonnet. Onwa Daniel Ka say, on your bonnet. Over 25 years, Menti say any lawyer or any human being, other NDC MPP have said, I just see what and cancer, Sam Jonah we are gonna for. That be Menti be that. Evidence one of me who in there, all the calling so I be kind. Menti be. Oh, intimate besides a jack question back. I junior Ati, any binum exhibit to her. Nana Ati ko Ghana said, I did where I say I had to say, no, be a 1 2 grand. I said, the Quanitum Ghana here, the one got temperature there. I just watch it. What will be your reaction? 10% besides I question. What will be your reaction? Actually, the solution against the cyber break Ghana for. Young guy who is in the NDC is challenging Archie said, Kwanutum, their solution. When we were suffering, where were you? When was asking we be in Canada? Remember on you see here. Rance na catch a JH Mensa. Rance, or don't know JH Mensa, Muntian ye, and to Nyanya Frank Bearer of the MPP. Because JH Mensa was with Farming Chroma. JH Mensa was with Buzia. About the governance and proper thinking. Nobody at that time in Ghana passed JH Mensa. And Ryan's comment statement. I was Sunyani said, you say, you know, Nkrumah, you were advising him. When Ghana was very hard time, where were you? You ran to the UK. Coward. And I don't know, political career. Judgments at that time still have the common Nkrumah ideas and the Kuzi ideas. And come to me, Lady Ghana. That is what we are doing today. That is exactly in Abi, Babakacheno, and the baby or Diana. When Abi is on this level, you will really enjoy him. You really enjoy him. Indeed, Papa Smiley, my government set agenda you follow about the personality. Now, even some Jonah personality, there is no Ghanaian today was standing tall against Sam Jonah. And anybody who is listening, other outside on this platform, can bring it on. Tell me a Ghanaian that stand tall against Sam Jonah. Oh, indeed, Mama Adiana Waka. Just last year, Papa, on this platform, Mebeka said that debt to a comedian, I be say okra calculator. Wabo, also the computer. And no better engine many professor said, Debbie, this government is better and I deny it. Oh, indeed, let's as people go and look at his solutions. Near man wakano. Many every answer, you are so powerful person. What now was some more prayers and don't let us go and attack Sam Jonah. Let's attack those people that are now at him affairs. Sir, you tell us A, B, C, D. It's not happening. What's going on? The government is so powerful and they set the agenda and they want all of us to follow them. And they have the resources today. Into Johannesburg, Miss London, I come on. A companies in a year, London, and a government. Personally, will you be someone I know I'm a year? Will be I would take a brochure, a companies and a year, a crony fana, a government, or the local government, or council. No. Papa Yan Venzi.
Okay. Hey, snappy. Why?
Papa Snappy, Papa Smiley, what is the name? Papa, that's an uncle. One of the babies.
And there. What's the name of the baby? I say.
Papa Smiley, don't make a
shall not kill. That shall not kill.
That shall not kill. Say that shall not kill.
Don't make a talk.
I mean, the kind you know here. You don't see the do here.
I mean, or mass of Pendo or Papa, that shall not kill. One of the babies.
Moses never buy.
Moses, answer that shall not kill. But one could be. This is the problem. That shall not kill. The man who brought it killed somebody and ran away, and he now come and say that shall not kill. But that law is still working. Well, at least Papa, we are leaving the government from our promises. And look at this here, the severe feeling of the despondency and dejection by right-thinking members like Abino. There's a severe feeling of despondency and dejection because they were expecting some scintillating results. And had to be out there. Despondency. So let's tackle those things. Papa in here direction. Now, a bit of say, why now? Papa,
but fire. That you. I mean,
this is what you call a key stakeholder. And I know very much. Or no, or can't wait. Into my so ketua anyway to know.
All right. Yati, thank you very much. Bye. Thank you. Abby,
you have been suspended.
On Timika.
Yeah. John Mr. J, baby. Yeah. Tibia would Timubia, one Quadia, my Bemumbu, in Suberton, and Suonetia, if you have a one Tibensu, Tivias a crab a pogue, was your 4 you are man. Kedian points in a neat one and muscle, Mawa comment to, Usua Usua,
I know BBS.
A Buro was so, I know a Shapantia would Yakoma, Yan Coupon with whom my brokers yet
for being part of today's show.
Christo de Hunton, the Diawa Dawana, what told me put on my town for the Memram in the
Yanin common in
Chapo Coco in Yamaquanso,
as I've been on your Biobeka.
I said, yeah, we need that one so to table time while you be paying what that's Sujin and the Naso and forward into Yassi when Yanko. We
are suspended or send Kaya let you booty and Alcasa.
Nipa Bestro now when you should cry, I Chewasi
and
Wubunko to you.
Or else I'm doing our Casa.
Send your cassia to me, but dead in Tino. And so,
what kind of same new year? No,
Yachida would do see be feared, and so we're down with Chino. The Bompire when Sabaka would.
I saw not off from no.
Sorry, I know the Babana.
Oh, my, would you not a pempamuno? Who say, hey, what's no? They know what, Papa. I want would you now stretch you on no? I'm say, hey, what's no? Ocean super. Oh, would you now soon national? Hey, was no. Oh, now you kakraka, Papa. Oh, we only said you see who know. Hey, wouldn't baby? Oh, be an answer. I want home. There will be a brighter day. Nanso, oh boy, will be at home. Brighter day, on Namikuma, on Tessie for breakfast. There will be a brighter day. Nanso, see her Nanso, no so. Not young fat Kakrana, woman, I bet him the Jumana, Juma. I said, we said, well, you're not dear one in Remu, and then and was any hoop now, yeah, and in that son. It will never be reality, that why. No pay a sieno. We are said Japadia, what I said, Nintin Copansi, Sikaya Penti, and Christopher Quanyanto Boise. Was a young I say me, yeah, that was so. When you're for and send Chanin, I'm a Cassivia, some dinner or can options now, yeah, reliable, no. Can I win, sit down, I say, we'll be ante one can. She has said, I want for say, I don't know. Hey, this one you didn't cry, you did. Yeah, Yanko Panka, Wanka, and Yawaya. Would that funny say, yeah, some more. We share the school, a man, the other sounds upon a hooker. Now, when you're back at was said, I have my papa. Kakranka cry, we will carry on, what's it? And she ran a wakuma. And your fancy, a Christopher, so you never saw near your wa. Na nyami adma ochina ukwada Q&A version of Bamaso. Oh yeah, one come on. There will be a brighter day. Sam Radio, hour of awakening and empowerment. Right after that, no. But say they tram we energy and come all about life no ye the best so amount and say went me and tia but more than answer obeti bi wate na brenyi na keep up and some will go so and some will cost over Media yes no na papa smiley I'm yard now. Let's make a date 3 p.m. till 7 p.m. Possibly beyond right here on Bamaso Act 24 Radio. Until then, to take your sorrow away. Enjoy your evening. Bye bye. Everything's gonna be okay. Kai Sambra will bring you now. Or money huna when we are. And yet the night to be tried. Hold on to your faith. There will be a brighter day. Brighter day. Brighter day. On Namikuma, on Tessie for breakfast. There will be a brighter day.